Good morning. We are expecting our share person to join anytime from now. Kindly. Kindly be here with us. So welcome, ma'am. The chairperson. Is that right?
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Razak. Madam Oyeka,
Morning, ma'am.
you're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman. Good morning.
Happy,
So can we've
Yeah, happy
gotten
to
like
see you.
10 to 52. So those who cannot join, can
Yeah,
tell your
I
friends
can.
to join our YouTube channel. It has been opened. It's live.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Can we start, ma'am? Okay.
Okay, we can start. I can. Starting is
Okay.
dependent on. Are you ready
Okay.
with?
I'm ready, yes. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Non-professional accountants, senior professional colleagues on this call. Guests and valued participants, you are welcome to Young Accountant Development Committee one-day webinar themed Shaping the Future, Leadership, Innovation and Technology for Accountants in a Dynamic World. It's a pleasure to have each of you join us today as we delve into this various webinar topics lined up for today. For the next 3 hours, we explore key insights, strategies, and innovations that promise to shape our understanding of these topics. And we believe it will impact on our businesses and career too as well. I trust that you will find today's discussion engaging and thought-provoking. So without much delay, let's embark on this journey together. With the permission of our chairperson, Dr. June, FCA, and our council member, we start with national and ICAN attendance.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign motherland.
you very much for that. Now, the program we call our chairperson, Dr. June, for his opening remark. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Razak. And good morning, everyone. This is another interesting time with the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria. Coming from the Young Accountants Committee, we're always here for you, here to reach out to the young accountants, make sure that just do something that keeps the young accountant engaged. So I like to say good morning to everyone who is here. And I'd like to welcome you to today's webinar titled Shaping the Future. And we'll be focusing on leadership, innovation, and technology for accountants in a dynamic world. As you can see from my handle, my name is Njom Oma Onyeminam, FCA. I am, by the grace of God, the chairman of the Young Accountants Committee of ICAN, a committee that is charged with the responsibility to ensure that young accountants are being impacted with value from the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria. I'm also a member of the Governing Council of Nigeria and privileged to work today as the Accountant General of Abia State. I am a young accountant in heart. And so Young Accountants Committee is basically to mentor people, mentor the younger ones, help you to see some kind of direction, give you some kind of focus for success in life today and in your chosen profession as a chartered accountant. Today, I will be moderating today's session, and I'm happy and I welcome you all here, and I hope that you keep in touch here all through this program. We have an exciting lineup of
Sorry, is it my it's like we
speakers
lost
and
our
topics, and I'm confident that you will find this. Hello, I'm back. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, ma'am.
So I like to thank all the speakers. Thank you, speakers, for making our time to be here and preparing to impact on every young accountant who is here. And then the secretariat, the young accountants team, secretariat, thank you, ICAN, for being here to ensure that everyone is doing well. And our wonderful, distinguished participants, I'm happy that you're here for this event. So yes, we're getting started. Today we're bringing in for you 3 sessions. We'll be navigating all the complexities of the dynamic world, and it's essential for us as young accountants to embrace leadership, innovation, and technology. You can't do without any of these things. You can't do without leadership. If you want to actually be successful, then you have to learn the act of leadership. You have to experience and mentor the acts of leadership. You need innovation. You have to come up with new ideas all the time, new things. Technology is important. The accounting profession is at crossroads where traditional practices meet modern technologies. So to remain relevant, we must adapt and evolve. The webinar. So what this webinar is designed to is just to equip you with the knowledge and skills necessary to thrive in this new era. Our speakers, you can be sure, have all the insights. They are seasoned. They will share their insights in leveraging technology for tax management, the role of technology in developing nations, and adaptive leadership in uncertain times. I encourage you all to engage with our speakers by listening, paying attention attentively, ask questions, and share your experiences. as much as possible. So we're going to have a question and answer time, and our speakers will all stay back for that question and answer time after each of their sessions. So please, as questions come to your mind, as you need clarity, kindly help write out your questions in the question and answer box, not in the chat box. The chat box is for every other thing, for sending commentaries to the speakers, for shedding your own insights. But where you have questions and you have what some insights you also want to share, please put it on the question and answer points. And after each of the sessions, our speakers will address their questions. So thank you all. Let's work together to shape the future of our profession and create a future for ourselves and generations to come. Thank you and God bless you. So over to you, Secretariat. I guess we'll be welcoming our first speaker, who is Mrs. Onyeka Kate, FCA. One of our board members is going to be welcoming her into this, is going to be introducing her and reading her citation. We're ready for this next session. Secretariats, would you like to project?
Already. We're calling Ms. Olukunle Michael to read his profile once our speaker. This is Onyeka Kate, FCA.
Okay, good morning, everybody. This morning, Mrs. Onyeka Kate. Onyeka Amara is currently the Senior Special Assistant on Internally Generated Revenue, ICAN-ngr Technical, to the Governor of Anambra State, Professor Charles Masuludo. She started her professional career at the State Internal Revenue Service, OGIRS, for 3 years and later worked with Lagos State Internal Revenue Service, LIRS. Please, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well. Please write on.
Okay. So I was saying that I later worked with Lagos State Internal Revenue Service, LIRS, for over 12 years, where she rose up to the position of a tax manager before her political appointment. She is a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, ICAN, a fellow of Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria, CITN, and an associate member of Women in Management, Business and Public Service, WIMBIS. She had her first degree in accounting, BSc, from the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, Enugu campus, UNEC, Enugu State. Master's degree in corporate finance, MSc, from Backup University, Ileshan, Remo, Ogun State, Nigeria. Amara has over 15 years of experience in tax audit, accounting, finance, and tax strategy from the perspective of an administrator. She is a mentor, a mother, and a wife, and advocate for gender-based related issues, which leads to her establishing a foundation called Obele Women Empowerment Foundation, OEF, and lectures on a part-time basis as a matter of passion. She is a versatile entrepreneur, leading the corporate services at Signal House Group as an executive director, founder and lead mentor of Led to Lead Consulting Limited, MDCU, and strategies at Seagrim India Limited. A member of various active non-governmental organizations, committees, and district societies. Currently holds the position of a team lead for management information, MI subject of ICAN examinations, and a subject matter expert, SME, in taxation, contributing to the development of MCPD, Members Continuous Professional Development, Brochure of ICAN for over 6 years now. A board member who currently chairs 4 steering committees and organizational strategies and governance. Please join me to welcome Mrs. Kate as she takes on our session. Thank you.
All right. Let me be sure that I can be heard. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, ICAN Secretariat. I'm the chairman of this committee, Young Accountants Committee of ICAN. I greet you, Dr. Mrs. Ujum, my own sister. Sorry, apologies, hold on.
Good morning, we can hear you well. You're welcome.
Sorry, apologies for that. I'm actually out of town, so they were trying to get my attention. So I thank you, the committee, for giving me the opportunity to speak to our own young accountant. I don't know by age what category makes a person a young accountant, but then you can be of age, but so long as you are probably just joining us in the institute or trying to get fresh new accounting experience or being a member of our professional body, we consider you a young accountant. For those who are still older but feel very young at heart, like the chairman of the committee said, are obviously young accountants. So Secretary, can you let me share my own slides myself? That will help. Okay. So you can see my screen, right? Hello?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay, awesome. I've been given this very simple assignment this morning to talk about the role of democracy in developing nations, opportunities, challenges, contributions of young chartered accountants. From my own experiences, I will say that I've been in government all my life. Maybe the first 15, 16 years, I was, working with government at the capacity of tax administration and, being a public servant. Then in the last 1 year and 6 months, I've been in government at the capacity of being a political appointee. So maybe I have just, reasonable experience to speak to this topic. My name has been said, ICAN-ngr. Currently the Senior Special Assistant to Mr. Governor of Anambra State on IGR. So I bring you good news from Anambra State government, and I thank everyone for staying in. So let's comment. I can see that we have over 250 something people in the room. That's a whole number. Now, I see also that what this committee is trying to do is to make sure that we touch all aspects of human endeavor. So the fact that we are chartered accountant doesn't mean that we only remain in finance or accounting related fields. There are rooms for us in every aspect of life, in politics, in whatever it is. So this committee is doing a good work in making sure that all other aspects of life are being touched via webinars and seminars. So I thank you for bringing us on board to talk about these topics this morning. And then we proceed to look at the presentation content. What do we expect to take out of this room at the end of today's conversation on the contributions of democracy in developing nations, opportunities that are there for young chartered accountants, the challenges, and their possible contributions to nation building. So in terms of looking at the content, we'll see about 5 lineups, trying to see if I can minimize this. Okay, that's fine. So we'll look at the pictorial images and core elements of democracy, the role of democracy in developing nations, opportunities in governance for young chartered accountants. Okay, and the political challenges to young chartered accountants, their possible contributions, recommendations for participation. So this recommendations area will be the core focus for those who are interested. But the honest truth is, at various capacities, we're all politicians, either at home, our workplace, within our community and in our personal lives, we're all politicians. So there is no chartered accountant in this day and age who will say they are not interested in politics or should not be interested in politics because give or take, the decisions that they take on your behalf will affect you directly or indirectly. So I encourage every young accountant to feel interested, very much interested in what goes on in politics and in the political space. So we'll look at the requisite skills that you might be requiring to dive into it. And then at the end of the sessions, we take questions and answers. Okay. So by way of introduction, I know we're starting quite early. For me too, I'm also starting early. The day before today, I launched a foundation on behalf of my mom, who just passed, and for some other endeavors that I want to embark on. And yesterday, I was honored by the Society of Women in Taxation. My own committee chair was also supposed to be part of that award yesterday given to her, but I can see that she joined us virtually. So congratulations to you, Ma, for all this hard work that is, now gradually paying off. So I'm offering us coffee via online. And then by way of introduction, we say that democracy heart lies in the inclusivity and agency. And it emphasizes each person's perspective and their light to shape their own lives and that of the societies. At individual level and part of collective, and as local as well as national levels. However, too often people are excluded and silenced. Young people in all diverse are vital to shaping the world today, yet their voices are frequently ignored or their participations are instrumentalized. We see that a lot, especially in this part of the world where we say we have a democracy, but then it seems like they don't want to hear our voice, or maybe our voices are not loud enough, or when we think that we have the capacity to shout, you find some acts that are tailored around trying to silence our voices. So it is quite pertinent not only to acknowledge the important act of voting, because the core element of democracy is the fact that everybody has finger of their print to say, this is who I want to lead me. This is who I want to take guidance and instructions for. So aside that fact that the importance of voting, but also it is also to advocate for and reinforce the broader principles and practices that ensure democracies thrive. Beyond ballots, democracy embodies a profound commitment to human dignity, rights, and collective well-being of our planet. It is not just about periodic electoral exercises, which we see. It's also important that they are, but also about ensuring that the voice of every individual resonates in the corridors of power and decision-making. Now, sometimes the way that democracy is handled in our own environment make it look like it is for selected few. But the honest truth is that it's for all of us. Our voices are supposed to resonate in the corridors of power. Our decisions or input that we make in the decision-making of the national economy is supposed to also reflect. But basically, the only time that we get involved or we're expected to get involved is at the ballots, when you are expected to cast a vote. And sometimes too, when you vote, it counts or it doesn't count. But both the concept and practice of democracy have and should continue to evolve in response to social, cultural, and political circumstances. For every time, like every single day, our social, cultural, and political circumstances change. Say, for example, in Nigeria, we have about 36 states and the FCT. The political landscape and nature and shape of politics in Anambra might not be exact as Lagos or Abia. So it is on the governance or the people at the heads of affairs to look at the dynamism of these social, cultural, and political circumstances of all the areas that they are governing, to be able to adapt to the unique circumstances of communities and nations, as well as profound global shifts as digitization. Now, what you get to see is there's a blanket leadership. Like the leadership is straight-jacketed. They are not looking at the uniqueness of each location or the uniqueness of each tribe to say, okay, what best suits this particular environment. So on the overall, when you're talking about democracy, what comes to your mind is your ability and your right to vote. But we're saying beyond that our voices should also matter in the areas where decisions are taken on our behalf, because I quite believe that whatever decisions are being taken in government is for us. It's not for the people in government or maybe people at the helms of affairs, the president, the governors, or whoever. It is for the people. So, I mean, if you want to take decisions on my behalf, maybe with respect to my career, I feel that it is best that you ask me what interests me, what directions do I want to go, what do I want to achieve in life, where do I see myself in the next 5 years. So based on that, you proffer solutions or you proffer suggestions to me on how I can lead my career. So basically, that's what it's supposed to be by way of introduction. But if you look at the pictorial images of democracy, what is common in these pictures that is in front of my screen that I believe you can also see are hands up. Like a lot of people are in this picture. In every aspect of this, you see a lot of people together. So for democracy, we are talking about the hands and voice and the personality of everybody within a nation. So you see people raising hands, you see people trying to be in solidarity, you see people trying to agree with one voice to say a thing. That is quite common. The other thing you see in terms of leadership around democracy is the fact that there should be freedom of speech and opinion. So whatever I want to say should matter. Now, it might not be in the majority of the time, but then the ability of the government to also listen to the minority is quite important in democracy. So if you look at this general picture, what I can basically see from my own perspective is a lot of hands trying to say the same thing. Because if 5,000 people gather in one location saying something, it is most commonly believed that they are saying the same thing with just one voice. So from left to right, you see a lot of hands raised in unity, in one voice, saying maybe give us this, provide us this, we demand this, we deserve this. That is basically what is very common in democracy. And then let's move on to look at the core element of democracy. What is very core? What is very elementary in democracy in these times? It is participation of citizens. So basically, whatever anybody is doing, that is your leader, and is not seeking the participation of you and your community. Maybe the person is just trying to be impulsive, like trying to put his or herself above the people that he or she leads. So in direct democracy, this means that citizens vote directly on the laws that they live under. Now, in representative democracy, which is very common, for example, in Nigeria, it means that they get the choice to represent, to choose who represents them and have a free voice to express their opinions and desires. So basically, if I'm saying that we want Dr. Mrs. Ujum to continue to be the chairman of this committee, then we say it with one voice and say, okay, she's been leading well. We like all the topics and we like all the programs and activities that she's coming up under this committee. We want her to continue. I should be able to listen to that. If for any reason, ICAN has a different be able to explain the way. It shouldn't be a matter of imposition. That's just for example. And then it can also include public debate. So if you say that we run a democracy, citizens should be able to have access to public debate, town meeting. I see in places where government is interested in hearing from the people, what they do is maybe quarterly town hall meeting or maybe half a year town hall meeting. What do they want to achieve? Okay, so we are providing social and social community with more hospitals or more schools. Do you guys think is in the right direction? So that the people you are providing these things, we say, okay, we think that we already have enough schools. Can you provide us more hospitals? Or can you make more roads leading to the deeper areas of our villages? That should be what it should be. And then peaceful protest. Now, why do people protest in democratic system of government? Is because at the point they feel that their voices are suppressed or they feel that their voices are ignored, people should have that liberty to come together and say, let us go to a particular location and say our minds. They should have freedom for that, amongst other things. And then you also see equality. All people are treated equal in democracy, supposedly. Equal rights to vote for both poor and wealthy and old and young. Now, at the instance of elections, what you see is the people who have the best energy and power are the ones who vote. There are no considerations for the elderly who still want to come out to make their votes count. And there are no considerations for the very young ones who might face the risk of being stampeded or something to also come out and vote. Now, in democracy, equality is guaranteed, but equity is not. Now, why do I say that? It's because equity means we're giving considerations to those who are disabled. We're giving considerations to the people who are elderly. we are giving considerations to the young. And what provisions can we make to make sure that their voices and their votes count? Say, for example, in the point of voting. And what considerations and provisions do we make to make sure that their own decisions? So say that we're making budgets. How are they able to incorporate the needs of the minority in the budget, the need of people with special need in the budget? So, I mean, ability of democracy to consider some of these other things makes it have that feature of equity other than equality. Equality is saying no matter your height, everybody have the same view. Now, if I'm shorter than the person who is standing next to me, the chances that the person sees clearer than me is there. But then if they have a consideration for the fact that I'm not as tall as the next person sitting by me, what they should do is to provide me a platform that enables me to see as much as the person who is slightly taller. So basically, in democracy, they assure you of your equality, but not your equity. And then at the heart of cause of the elements of democracy, look at transparency. I know that sometimes the document of government might be sensitive, but we are saying as much as such documents are not so sensitive, can the public see it? Can journalists talk about it? Can they put it in the media? Can they talk? Is it something that people can exercise their right to critique and make analysis of? There should be transparency. So if we're having X amount of money for the well-being of people of Nigeria, because we're in Nigeria, right? Or because we're Nigerians, Nigerians should be able to see to what end have you been able to utilize those resources on their behalf. It shouldn't be a secret, because how do we get this money? Is it that you're borrowing? Now, when the people at the heads of leadership are going to go and borrow money, they are not borrowing as individuals. If Mr. President goes to lend money now from any other country, he's not going in the capacity of himself. He's going on our behalf as Nigeria. So whatever money that Nigeria is owing, it seems like it's all of us that is owing it. So likewise, if they are making expenditures, if they are taking financial decisions or taking any form of decision, it's supposed to be transparent. People are supposed to know it. And then what we see is decisions being taken, and then you hear the aftermath. Maybe the federal government have decided that they're going to give scholarships or they're going to give funding to students who want to proceed to the university. Have they actually asked the people if they truly need that, or they want you to make sure that the facilities of public schools are properly in order? So 2 months ago, I happened to escort my nephew back to school, and she's attending one of these public universities. I mean, half of the facilities in these universities are dilapidated. So maybe what the government should do, as against giving funding to students who want to go to universities, to make sure that all the public universities are functional, the quality of learning there is also up to reasonable standard and stuff, and then maybe subsidize accommodation, subsidize school fees, and everybody gets back to school, other than saying giving the money to students. Now, sometimes there's something they call black veil in terms of who government gives money to. So some people who are not even qualified to get these monies are covering themselves with a black veil, disguising that they are qualified to get this money. So if the government do not do enough research or do not have enough data to determine who exactly truly needs this funding, they might be giving it to the wrong people, as against hearing the people and doing exactly what the people want to be able to get them to enjoy the best of government funding. So transparency is also at the hardcore of the elements of democracy. And then we look at control over the abuse of power. What we get to see is a lot of people do as they like because we've given them the power either by vote or by the fact that they're able to take the power themselves. So abuse of power is very common, but we are saying that if a person in a position of authority is abusing power, that is the same power that we handed him or her over. And then if we give it to you and you are misusing it, it's like me lending someone my computer, and the person is hitting the key so hard, or treating my computer in a way that is not going down well with me. What I'll do is to recall my asset and say, okay, let me have my computer back. But then what we get to see is we give these guys the power to take decisions on our behalf. When they are misuse powers and you're saying, let's have our power back, we're not interested in making you a leader or making you the voice that we want to listen to, it becomes a struggle. They don't want to release the power again. So these are some of the core elements, right? So abuse of power occurs when a government decides it is above the law. The laws are supposed to guide them and us. They say it's only for you people. we are already above it. So when politicians believe that a different set of rules should apply, so if somebody does something that should take them to jail and they do the same thing, they're like, no, we are your leaders. How can we go to jail? It's not possible. That rule is for you people. And then when the levelers of the state are moved to favor only a certain segment of society at the expense of others, or when the public money is fed towards accounts or of corrupt leaders and their friends. So when such things happen, it's abuse of power. And then it is on us, if we truly practice democracy, to say, can we have this power that we are giving you back? We're no longer interested in having you to lead us or to govern us. Now, political tolerance. I believe that what should happen in a normal nation is that it is the voice of the majority that should count. But nonetheless, the voice of the minority should also be respected. So say, for example, in these times, we have APC at the helm of affairs, the voice and the opinions of other parties at various intervals where they want to lend their voice should also matter, because aside the fact that that political party is the one in power, the other parties and the voices are also important. So there must be tolerance for political opinions or political diverse or areas of disagreements. That should also reflect the core element of democracy. And then we look at the rule of law. So democratic societies operate under the rule of law. This essentially means that a nation's law apply equally to all people and everyone, especially the people, people in government. Now, if we say that the law should apply strictly to people in government in the first instance, I believe that something should be straightened out, because when a person knows that, okay, as much as I'm the governor or as much as I'm the accountant general or something, if I do something that is against the law or that is against the will of the people that I'm serving, I should go to jail for it. I should take responsibility for my actions. Then I am sure that people will act better when they find themselves in government. So we move very quickly to look at the role of democracy in developing nations. Let me just pause a bit to say, can we digest what goes on in Nigeria, being that we practice democracy? So what are the role of democracy in developing nations? Nigeria is still a developing nation. What is expected of the governance of this country? Economic development is at the core of it, at the heart of it. What do I mean by that? Looking at the areas that need to be retouched, looking at the areas that needs to be improved on, looking at the areas that need to be scrapped. So there are some agencies of government that were created as far back as 1950 something, 1970 something. They are no longer relevant as we speak. But government is not looking critically to say, out of 100 and something agencies of federal government that we have, which ones can be merged so that we can reduce cost of governance or cost of recurrent expenditures? Which one can we revamp to reflect the current reality of our people, right? So the economic development of a nation is in the key role of democracy in a developing nation. So how many functional manufacturing companies or industrial areas do we have? And then don't forget that we have the resources. So what the people in authority should be looking at is this. As at the time that Nigeria became a thing, maybe we were less than 100 million people, but now we're over 200 and something million people. Population has increased. The demand and need of Nigerians 50 years ago is no longer the same. You know, there are more mouths to feed. There are more facilities to be provided to accommodate people. There are more businesses. There are more pollution. There are more activities going on in the country. So the directions of the government should go towards making sure that these things are reflective. It's not just blanket treatment. And then you look at governance and human capacity. I see a lot of our people. What is common is when someone is the best mathematician, he or she is exported out of the country. We have the best doctors being exported. Now, sometimes these people are exported not by government, but by themselves, because they are not getting good treatment. The country is not conducive to reflect the kind of quality of skills that they carry. So what they do is they end up migrating or relocating to another locations that appreciate their skills that they carry. So it is also on government to make sure that human capital development is quite important. Now, if not that ICAN has given us that sense of belonging and making sure that, okay, aside the fact that you have BSc accounting or whatever related course, that you're able to call yourself a professional and carry yourself in that capacity. Maybe I'm sure every one of us will still be, dangling here and there. But then it is the role of government to make sure that governance is it's accurate and reflective of the people's wish. And then defense, what you get to see is reactional governance. So maybe something is going on in a particular economy, or maybe there is war, there is something, and then we react to it by closing or by saying, okay, let there be less importation of rice manufactured within. Now, before you even say let there be impediment, or you want to stop the importation of a certain thing, have you made provisions to make sure that the production within the country can feed the number of mouths that we have to feed within the country? That should be the mindset. Okay, if we cannot feed, what can we do to augment the supply of that certain product or service before you say, okay, we no longer want it to be imported into the country? And then law and order. For me, I think in democracy, one of the things that should stand firm is the fact that government takes accountability and discipline their own leaders. So if someone in government does something, let the people see truly the actions of government towards correcting that person or putting out punitive measures. So I mean, the people can actually trust them and feel more relaxed. Unlike when they do something, they just shove it off or just cover it up. But then when a common man on the street does similar thing or the same thing, there's more light or more noise about what has actually gone on. And then what are the possible opportunities for young chartered accountants in governance, or let's say in developing nations, as the fact that we practice democracy? What are the opportunities that young chartered accountants have? Now, I must say that young chartered accountants have a lot of opportunities, because just think about it. Is there anywhere at all in the world, in any sector, in any field, that we are not needed? The answer is no. We are needed across everywhere. Just think of anything at all. We're needed there. In entertainment, in public service, in agriculture, in manufacturing, in technology, whatever it is, think about it. So our opportunities are endless. But just to limit it to the opportunities that we have as accountants in governance or in developing nations practicing democracy. Now we have functional opportunities. What do I call functional opportunities? I call it functional opportunities as a result of the fact that we have primary functions as accountants in the first instance. So that your primary function could be an opportunity for you in government. I'm not sure if using myself as an example might work, but I would just say that in the last 16 years, all I've done is maybe tax administration, strategy, policy implementation, whatever it is around tax administration. And maybe someone somewhere have actually seen that, okay, these skills are good for us to bring on board to change the face of a certain location in the subnational. And I'm giving further opportunities to do the same. Now, the chairman of Young Chartered Accountants has been a sister and a family friend for years. So at the time that we first met, I know that she used to be a CFO of some insurance company and have done other things around her core responsibilities or functions as a chartered accountant. But then that same role is expanding and giving her further opportunities, as we can see in her current role in Abia State. So in the first instance, you have a functional opportunity as an accountant, and then you have policy formation. Now, for we chartered accountants, we have analytical abilities and a lot of skills around our training. So what that means is that we can make it reflect in what is going on in governance. I've seen a little trend of chartered accountants going on TV, going on radio, opening YouTubes to be able to lend their voice in their own capacities around policies and policy formation. So, I mean, it's an opportunity. It might not be a direct opportunity, but it is still an opportunity, really. And then we look at innovation and change in work culture. Why did I put this here? Is because as young chartered accountants, you carry a lot of current knowledge, like you are current with the present reality. you have superior learning and understanding of what the economy should be like. So if you find yourself in a particular place, what should reflect is your ability to bring good innovation to where you work and changing work culture. What do I mean by changing work culture? So say you're in a particular public or government parastatal, they've been doing some things in a certain way. It is on you, because you carry higher skills, to say, can we do it in a different way? Now, they've been doing manual computing, or they just do simple Excel. You can come up with some other further formulas on Excel that can help them automate. So something that would take them an hour to do can be done in 15 minutes. That's you being innovative. That is you being able to change something that you meet on ground and change the work culture. Let me also use this example, that when I first got into Anambra State, that was about 1 year and 6 months ago. I saw the way that they were doing things. Not like it was completely bad, but I was able to say, okay, can we do it differently? Can we do it this way? Now, one of the common things we find is that people will easily resist you and say, no, we don't. This is how we've been doing it and it's been working. But then what do? You need to lead by showing them that another way can work better and can be more productive. So when you do that as a young chartered accountant, people will trust you more and they're able to give you higher responsibilities. They're like, okay, this person carries innovative ideas and he or she can be trusted and can be easily followed. So basically, that's one of the opportunities that we have as young chartered accountants. And then other responsibilities, opportunities that we can get are delegations. You see youth representing their countries in United Nations Forum, in all those kind of related G20 meetings that they have at African level or at global level. So opportunities that young chartered accountant can get are positioning themselves to be delegates for a particular course or summit. They can find themselves in committees. I recently saw on the social page of, I think, Aso Rock or something, where they were talking about the fact that they have created a committee to handle the issue of African Continental Free Trade Zone. Now, it's a matter of information, getting information on time. Sometimes it doesn't mean all the time that these selections for this committee only happen at the top. If you get information on time and you show interest and they see that you're capable of doing something, bringing new ideas or being able to contribute positively to their committee, you can be selected. So opportunities are also there for young chartered accountants to be part of delegations, to be part of committees, to be part of representations. So representations are very powerful. So let's say that somebody who is supposed to play a certain role is out of town and he or she is asking you to do it and you do it so well. So what will happen is that you get further recommendations to say, okay, come and represent us here, come and do so thing. You have also shown that you can handle a certain responsibility and you're giving more. And before you know it, you become a voice to be reckoned with, basically. Now, working in the heart of financial matters is also one of the key ways. So you find accountant generals, auditor generals, you find some other financial related roles in subnationals or at the national level. Is also an opportunity. If they do it well, sometimes they end up becoming permanent secretaries or end up becoming, giving further responsibilities aside that basic functional financial roles that they played. Now, advocacy is another key aspect of opportunities that young people have. What do I mean by that? There's this young lady that I stumbled on recently. She's currently doing a PhD in Oxford University, and she said she's been trying to advocate for young girls from her own country, I think Zimbabwe, to get further education and to be given opportunities in the places that matter. So she started like a little what she was doing, and recently I saw that she was invited to a United Nations program. So I mean, it's not a must that we have to be in a public place and act like we are dangerous to the coexistence of other people in form of protest. There are several ways that we can lend our voice through advocacy, and gradually our voice will matter. And then there are some other opportunities to, aside the ones that are on this slide, for young chartered accountants, like the one, somebody being appointed as commissioner, being appointed as PAD, being appointed as whatever it is. So you get that. Now, the current chairman of Anambra Revenue Service as an accountant. But then it seemed to me like he didn't even have any he hasn't worked in any internal revenue service before. But because he's an accountant and the government trusts that being an accountant, I mean, you are good in almost all aspects. So he's given that opportunity and know that he's performing well. So other opportunities could be elective. Some other opportunities could be deputizing. Now, I needed to emphasize more on this point because when we find ourselves in offices or in a place of organizational responsibilities, we try to dodge work. But you see, the people who move faster in their career and who are given better opportunities in life are those who are not shying away from responsibilities. So say that your immediate boss is not on ground and you're asked to do something on his behalf, do it well, because that might just be a simple opportunity for you to shine or for people to actually see that you're capable of other bigger responsibilities, like I've said earlier. So deputizing is something that nobody should take for granted. Goodluck Jonathan is an example of somebody who has never been the number one man from day go. He has always been maybe deputy governor or this and that at the background, and then somehow resurfaces to take up a bigger responsibility. So, I mean, if you find yourself in a place where you're asked to do something because someone who's supposed to do it is not there, do it even better than the person who's supposed to do it, because that might be one of the biggest opportunities that you get for you to occupy bigger roles. Then opportunities by proxy. What do I mean? It can be similar or is quite similar to deputizing. So if you are given opportunity by proxy, so completely you're not in that department, or you are actually not part of a project, but they say, okay, so do a certain thing. You should be able to do it well, because that might be the opportunity that you've been looking for you to penetrate further in your career. Then by volunteering, that one, we all know it. A lot of people shy away because money is not involved, but make sure that every time you get opportunity to volunteer, you grab it and run by it. Now, by strategic positioning, I will use Taiwo later in part of my slide to speak to this. Now, sometimes you might not even be anywhere close to government, but if you position yourself to be a thought leader in a certain thing, gradually people recognize that this person is a thought leader and you can be a sought after personality. And then by representation. So, I mean, these are the opportunities that we have as young chartered accountants. So what are those challenges that young people face in being part or being able to lend their voice? So many young voters are undecided, or they are not even sure who to vote for what reason they are supposed to vote. So sometimes we see it in terms of voting level. People don't come out because they are not sure if their vote will count. Maybe that's part of the political challenges that they face. I learned that my time is running, so I also have to run faster. Then lack of trust in political institutions now is obviously one of the reasons why people have challenges and shy away. And then you can see from my image a lot of people holding their device. That is maybe where the young people have actually resorted to, behind their phones, trying to lend their voice on social media, on Twitter, writing how they feel or how bitter they feel about the governance. Yes, that's not enough. Although it's a political challenge because they are dissatisfied and nobody's listening to their satisfaction. The lack of understanding, sometimes we do not have clear understanding of what the political environment is, either at the level of the national or subnational. And because there's no clear understanding, you might not really know the areas to venture into or how to be a part of what goes on in government. Then inadequate political education. I'm not sure how strongly politics or national development or national culture is taught in primary or secondary schools. So by the time you find someone who's leaving university and there are issues in governance, he might not be able to contribute effectively because he's not even sure what's going on. So some of the challenges that we face is that we do not have enough education. People are not completely exposed to what is actually happening. But aside that, I see that women also have double challenge when it comes to participation because, the gender stereotypes, the underrepresentation. We can currently see what's going on in the Senate. We have just about 4 women, and one of them is already, having troubles and, it's been back and forth in the last 3 weeks. So basically, as much as we all, as young people, generally have challenges being part of what goes on in government, women have slightly double challenges. Now, what are the other challenges? You have threat to life. The bigger reasons why people don't go into government or talk about government related issues is because of their own lives. I mean, nobody has duplicates of their lives. So if they feel that there will be threat, assassination threat, or whatever threat, they keep quiet or they decide not to be part of it. Political instability. So today I'm in ABGA, tomorrow I'm in APC, next tomorrow I'm not even in any party at all. And I do not know what happens to my political career if I'm interested in going further in politics. And then godfatherism. Somebody says, okay, I'm going to finance you, I'm going to make sure that you succeed with your elections, I'm going to pay for all your bills and stuff, and at the end of that I want you to give me 70% of your state revenue, of your whatever entitlement that you have as a governor or as a president. That's also a very big challenge. Now finding the right space. So say, for example, I'm from Anambra State and I find myself in Ogun State. I might not be given that complete chance because I do not understand the culture and the thorough terrain of politics in that state. So sometimes people are not partaking because they do not understand or they are not in the right particular location to be able to lend their voice. And then lastly, you talk about threat to fundamental human rights. So to what extent you're able to speak up, you might stand a chance of being threatened or being chased after or something, quite related to threat to your own life. So these are basic reasons why people don't actually bother themselves. And then what are the contributions of your chartered accountant? Numerous contributions. There's no doubt about that. We have a lot of accountants for all in different aspects of governance and making input. Now, there's also something I've realized about professionals being in governance. They bring of their food, their institutes is not put to shame, and them themselves also have their own name to protect. Now, for some of us, it took us maybe 2 years or 5 years or 10 years to write ICAN. None of us will ever want to go and jeopardize that certificate that we carry, and that's honor that we carry as chartered accountants in the altar of governance. So when you find yourself there, there's no how you will not want to make positive impact. There's no how you won't want your name to be mentioned in the right light. But don't forget that around politics and political activities, you always get a lot of scandals. But then what professionals do, what young chartered accountants do, or even other people that are not so young but are in governance, is that they try as much as possible to do their best. In Lagos State, I don't know how many accountants, but I think Ambode is, but not quite sure if he is a chartered accountant. But then what you find is people that are professionals, lawyers, accountants, and the likes, when they find themselves in government, they try to be exceptional. That's basically the honest truth. But then there's a warning that young accountants should also be able to manage between when they are ensuring that their voices are heard and when they are somehow constituting nuisance. It's also important because sometimes you find people saying they want to go and protest. Hold on a minute. And then before you know it, they say non-state actors have hijacked that protest and is leading to killing of people, demolition of properties and stuff. So how best is to make sure that there is a limit to the extent to which you instigate maybe protest or whatever. And there are other better means that you can use to lend your voice other than protest. Now, these are faces that we are familiar with. Taiwo Yedele, Daphnoni and Obi Ezekwesili are all chartered accountants. So when you check their profile, what it will read is accountant, politician. Sometimes that's what you see. These are people who somehow directly or indirectly worked their way to where they are today. So I mean, if they can do it, we can. That's basically how we say it. There are no ways that you want to make impute that it will not be noticed. Taiwo, as far back as known Taiwo, is one person. When there's a new policy, there's change in tax law, there's something, Taiwo will quickly make analysis, talk about it, and gradually you see him being invited on TVC, being invited on channels and stuff. Obviously, the question, of course, she's an advocate, she's a very, and gradually there's no how you mention her name that she's not a household name. Daphnoni is currently in Senate, in the 10th Assembly, and he's a chartered accountant. he worked his way there, not that, oh, he was just handed over. So some of the ways that we can also make sure that we are part of what is going on in governance is to lend our voice directly and indirectly. When you see a thing that you're supposed to speak to and make analysis of, quickly do that, because that shows that you're professional and you're top of your game. So these are 3 phases that I've used to demonstrate to you that basically it is possible. Now, in the area of recommendations, part of the ways that ICAN is trying to also make sure that young people are pushed to support committee is doing. But then there are other aspects of creating an enabling environment. Yeah, I quite agree. It's also what we are doing now, building capacity. We have MCPDs, we have executive NCPDs. There's a lot of free programs of ICAN. These are ways that young chartered accountant can build capacity to make sure that they position themselves for the next position that they want to occupy. Now, foster partnerships and collaborations. Aside you being members of districts or committees, when you spot people who are interested, who are tech enthusiasts, or maybe they are interested in something that you're also interested in, you can make it like a little community. And within that community you build. So part of the things that I can give you is to give you opportunity to find people of like minds. You're able to spot people who are interested in what you're interested in, and you quickly run with them to accomplishing your mission. Ensuring meaningful representation, recognizing and celebrating youth contributions. So now, in recent times, ICAN will also send their own voice when it comes to policies and things that matter. So what are the key requisite skills that you need? Aside you being an accountant, having common knowledge of finance or accounting or taxation, you need further skills like IT skills, analytical skills, being able to make statistical analysis and come up with data that can be used for proper decision making. I mean, if any accountant is able to do that, it can be underplayed. Somebody will quickly spot it and say, okay, this one is a good one, is a good head. It can be used. So basically, you see that my topic is quite sensitive, but as much as I know that 1 or 2 people in the room might be interested in politics, and the question is, what steps have you taken so far? You can start by way of being a thought leader in something. You can start by way of writing articles. You can start by way of positioning yourself to be given responsibilities and roles to play, and gradually. So it requires a lot of steps, but then before you get to your end step, somebody somewhere will mention your name. You become a household name gradually. So for those of us that are in politics or that are interested in furthering their career or whatever in politics, you have to take steps. It's not something that will be handed over to you or handed down to you. You have to do something that positions you to be able to occupy. So I hope I've been able to say something within these 20 minutes, and I will leave the floor for questions. So I will take questions.
Thank you very much, ma. That was an insightful session.
Okay, so let me take questions for those I have. Or do I have to wait for questions at the end of all the sessions?
Okay.
No, you're taking it now. You're taking it now. And
Okay,
thank you
that's
very
fine.
much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so you can check young accountants.
Chat.
Let's give her
Okay.
a round of applause in our chat boxes. Thank you. Thank you.
I've been
Thank
seeing
you.
that. Thank you. I appreciate it. So there's
Thank
a
you.
question in the Q&A. The question says, what are the procedures to inform the people on the borrowing of government? What are the procedures? Okay, basically in Nigeria, I don't think there's any procedure. But what I said in that aspect of my presentation is that the resources that the federal government is going to go and seek or wanting to utilize is our own resources. It's not the resources of people in Abuja. It is ours. So it means that if they must deploy our money to any certain endeavor or project, we should know about it. And then it should be something that reflects the common earning of the people. Onions is no longer 20 naira or 15 naira, maybe it's now 200 per ball and stuff. So can we invest more in agriculture? Can we make sure that food items are cheaper? Because if it's in high supply, it automatically pushes down demand and is cheaper. So so that federal government is not just deploying our monies in the areas that are not in the immediate need, you know, and also decisions are taken financially is reflective of our collective wants and not just what they want to do with our money. So that was the area where I said that if the federal government is utilizing our finances, we should be aware they should carry us along. It's not a question of them just going to go and get money and doing whatever they want to do with it. And the next question says, what is ICAN doing on the part of acquiring further skills that you mentioned? Okay, part of the things I know ICAN does strongly is to provide opportunity for networking. A lot of opportunities I've also gotten as a young chartered accountant is attending events, leading the, following the footsteps of people who are ahead of me, seeing how they are doing things, reaching out to some of them that have the time to attend to me and ask questions and, seek their opinions on certain decisions I want to take about my career. So there are a lot of opportunities I can have also given. For this webinar today is free. Nobody is paying for it. I'll have over 200 and something people in the room. So, and then sometimes too, we fail to utilize the people that we have within our circle. Sometimes we feel that the people who are going to give us the biggest opportunity are those you see on TV or those that are not at your reach. You might be surprised that, another chartered accountant in your office might be thinking something you're thinking. It's just about striking a conversation and finding areas of interest and begin to come up with some projects. I've worked in a lot of projects in the last 5 years that were not initially my own ideas. They were ideas of people. But when they discussed with me, it happened to be that I also have interest in such things. And then we worked on it. Some of them fetched me money. Some of them fetched me bigger opportunities. Some of them fetched me recognition. So it doesn't have to be that, okay, ICAN will tell you, talk to so person. ICAN can only just provide the platform. What we are doing today is one of the strongest ways that ICAN can enable you as a chartered accountant or a young person to take advantage of your network or your environment. So then I also encourage us to attend NCPD. I know that in my first 5 years of being a chartered accountant, there is no how I will not attend at least 2 or 3 NCPDs in a year. That also helped me to understand deeper and faster what was going on in my profession and to be able to network and pick the right people that can help me accelerate my career. So basically, that's how it works. I hope I've been able to answer your question, Ugoma and Kolawale. Okay. So this person says, good morning, Ma. You said those that are professionals, when they hold public office, they try to stand out. Is professionalism enough to handle public offices? Why aren't the presence of these professionals making the country better? What can be done? Yeah, in fact, this is a very good question, and we should make it practical so that everybody understands. Professionalism actually will make you stand out, but it completely might not be enough. There is this guy that I read his newsletter every Monday. He says sometimes you're the best in your department, but you're always on your seat. Your line manager gives you something to do, you quickly do it. He gives you the next, he does it. Now, when promotion comes, it might be that your promotion is delayed. The people who might get promotions might be those who once in a while go to greet their bosses. Now, in Africa, it's acceptable. I don't know about maybe you working in London or working in the US where maybe you attend your boss's party, you buy them gifts when it's their birthdays, you check up on them when you don't find them too frequent in the office and stuff like that. But I'm not saying eye service is also important, but the little things that you can do to make yourself recognized are also important. But that does not mean that you engage in stampeding others or sabotaging others and their work to be able to shine. Because as much as you do that, your bosses also know that you're trying to step on other people to rise. So basically, you just have to show that aside professionalism, you have a good personality, you're able to carry yourself well. Now, I see some people, say for example, Taiwo has been doing a lot of analytical work in terms of the policy space. So just imagine that Taiwo is not able to showcase his via tax practice sector because he used to be the chairman of that faculty for a very long time. So what Taiwo usually was doing that time was when he makes any analysis, he puts it in that group, he puts in another group, and then gradually other district societies will copy, also put in their district society platforms. So gradually he was giving Taiwo the visibility and light that he needed. And gradually too, you see that, okay, this guy is a thought leader. He's able to make analysis that makes sense. and then TV wants to invite him to come and talk about his analysis, and he also makes the sense there. So aside the fact that you're a professional, you must carry yourself professionally, but you should also do little things that puts you out there. Do you understand? You must be strategic at putting yourself out there. Is not enough. Now, the next speaker after me, I believe, is my own brother, Yemisani. He's also one person who is not just a chartered accountant. He's a vibrant business person. He tries to position himself, and gradually, there's no how you mention him, and people say they don't know him, right? So these are little ways that he can also help to add spice to your professionalism, other than just do your work well, making sure that you bring innovations. You should also showcase it, let people see it and appreciate it, and then give you better recommendations. So somebody says, is it possible to be ethical principles when one has to play to party demands or godfatherism requests? Okay, now, politics is a bit complicated and difficult. Even when people have godfathers in politics, you might not know, because it's something that they shouldn't put out there, or something they are ashamed to put out there. So for those who have godfathers or who intend to have godfathers, you also need to look at the conditions of that, because if it's something that would jeopardize completely your profession, you might as well just leave it alone. Because when somebody tells you, okay, I'm giving you this opportunity, but then you give me 80% of your performance back. So what will happen is that people will say, oh, you are a chartered accountant, you are doing so well in a particular position, but there's no outcome. Nobody is seeing the fruit of what you're doing. Reason is because there's somebody behind you who is sucking up all the resources. So you also have to be mindful about people sponsoring you. There's difference between mentorship and sponsorship. If somebody is mentoring, the person is telling you that you're capable, the person is pointing you to the directions where you should go. But if somebody is your sponsor, the person is picking you and holding you by your hands and taking you to a room where ordinarily you might not have a seat. But then one needs to be very mindful of the kind of sponsors that they have. I have a lot of sponsors in ICAN, right, who are able to say, Madam Oyeka can do so thing. But then you must also show competence when you are recommended or when your name is mentioned, so that when you get there, it's not a question of, oh, so council member recommended me, or so senior member of the institute recommended me. You just sit down. You might be thrown out at any given opportunity because your nuisance there. So as much as you have somebody who is holding your hands, be mindful of the conditions that the person is giving you. Now, if the person is not giving you conditions, also make sure that you're walking into that room with a lot of technical abilities, and you're able to showcase and prove yourself that you're capable of doing something noble where you're recommended. I don't know if, let me see in the chat.
I think others will be responded to. The time is up now. Thank you, ma.
Okay. All right. So thank you everyone for being part of my session. I appreciate that.
Yeah, Dr. Onyeka. Hello, Onyeka. For this wonderful session. We've had a very good time listening to you in the last 1 hour. I'm sure the minds of our young accountants here has been illumined. They've been inspired to launch into the future, and so thank you. You've done it very well.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate.
Accountant here also condolence with you over losing your mom of recent. I just heard that. And we want to thank you for bolding up to still make us happy despite the situation. So thank you. You are indeed a professional. And then
Thank you, everyone.
yeah, and so I also want to let you know that while you were speaking, our attendance was above 500. So I know that you actually still thought we have like 200. We had I saw some peak of 500 and 500 actually is the max this handle can take. We have other people in the YouTube end. I don't know how many people are on YouTube, But right now, in this session, we had over 500. So you had over 500 participants listening to you for sure. And everyone is saying thank you to you for making this morning, a swell time for them. So thank you. I just want to add one more, a little bit to the last, there was a question somebody asked on professionals. Why is it that the professionals are not making impacts in the public sector if professionals? So I also want to let person know that whoever asked that question, without those professionals, you would have seen a worse state of affairs. So what you are seeing here, what you witness now in the public sector is because you have professionals there trying to make things work in their various capacities, in their little corners. Without these professionals, our nation will actually not be where it is today. So we need more people, we need more of us to aspire to come into the public sector and make the change that is required. So thank you. Thank you, Onyeka. So we can allow you relax while we go into the next session. So our board, we have another board member, Lateef Shubande. He's going to be taking us through the second session. And so Lateef, you're in charge.
Good morning, everyone. It's Lateef Shubande. Can you all hear me, please? Confirm I can be heard.
Yes,
Thank
we
you
can
for
hear
that
you.
part. Okay, Lateef Shubande. Yeah, thank you.
All right, our next speaker is Dr. Adeyemi Sani, PhD, FCA, FMIC, FCIP, FCIT. Dr. Adeyemi Sani is a distinguished professional with extensive expertise in accounting, taxation, financial advisory, and management consulting. He holds an HND in accounting from Yaba College of Technology, a first-class bachelor's degree in finance from the University of Finance, Geneva, now Geneva Business School, a master's degree in accounting and a PhD in accounting with a specialization in taxation and fiscal policy from Babcock University. Dr. Sani is a fellow of several prestigious institutions, which includes the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, the Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria, the Certified Institute of Public Administrators of Ghana, and the Institute of Management Consultants in the United Kingdom. He also holds an advanced diploma in management accounting from the Chartered Institute of Management Accountants and a certificate in transfer pricing from the Chartered Institute of Taxation in the United Kingdom. He has over 21 years of experience and has built a strong career across various disciplines, which includes taxation, training, and financial advisory. He has worked in notable financial institutions, including UBA, Zenith Bank, and FCMB, where he left as an assistant vice president in 2007 to establish Yemi Sani & Co. Chartered Accountants, a leading indigenous accounting firm. In 2010, he also founded Mazars Consulting, a renowned tax consulting firm where he serves as the principal partner. He is also currently serving as a member of the governing councils of the Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, and the Association of Professional Bodies of Nigeria. To enhance his expertise, Dr. Sani has attended executive education programs at top global institutions, which includes Harvard Business School, USA, INSEAD Business School, Fontainebleau, France, and Euromoni, Turkey. Recently, he was appointed as an honorable commissioner of the Tax Appeal Tribunal, further solidifying his influence and contribution to tax policy and dispute resolution in Nigeria. Dr. Yemi Sani has contributed significantly to thought leadership in taxation and financial reporting with several published and unpublished works. Dr. Sani has presented numerous papers at professional conferences, training programs, and panel discussions. My fellow professional colleagues, permit me to welcome Dr. Adeyemi Sani to take us through the second paper. Thank
All right,
you.
thank you, Latifat. So before Dr. Sunny, you're welcome. So just give me one moment. Dr. Sunny is also a board member. He's also one of the council members governing this particular committee. And and he's a wonderful young accountant at heart. So we're happy to have him. We also have other council members who are here today, who are also members of this committee, who are also leaders in this committee. We have the vice chairperson of this committee, who is Veteran Francis Okoro. Veteran Francis, are you there? Do you want to say hello to everyone before we continue? And I also have, are you there?
Okay, my chairman, Dr. Ojum, I'm here. Good morning.
Okay.
Good morning to my fellow young accountants. Good morning to my other colleague of council. It's my pleasure to be here this morning. Thank you, and happy, fruitful listening. Thank you.
Thank you. And also, let me also, Ms. Light Babatunde, she's also a member of this, she's also a deputy person in this committee. Mrs. Light Babatunde. Okay. All right, so she'll be with us. She'll say hello to everyone later. So here, join me to welcome Dr. Adeyemi Sonny, PhD, FCA, FMRC, FCIPA, FCTI, Advanced Diploma, MA. Dr. Sonny, please, you have the floor. You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my chairman, chairman of all chairmen. Thank you for the opportunity to be with our fellow colleagues. In as much as you guys are young accountants, but you are fellow colleagues. It's a great opportunity to be here, and I'm actually delighted to be here today. I would love this class to be very interactive because on a normal day, this session is supposed to be physical, where we see ourselves and, we can gesticulate, we can see body languages and all that. So, but I want us to replicate that, because looking at what we are talking about today, we're talking about digital tax and we're talking about technology. So and what is technology? Technology is just replicating what is obtainable in the real life situation. Is just digitalized. So during the course of this session, I want us to use our under the reactions, use your reaction. If you like my cap, you can see my cap, Abi. If you like my cap, you can give it thumbs up. You understand? If you like the hair of my chairman, you can say I hair, beautifully made hair. Exactly. That is very fantastic. We are getting there. We are getting there. There. That's good. That's good. That's good. Good morning, everybody. Let us first of all, on behalf of all of you, I want to thank the chairman of this session for putting together this beautiful session. And the session is, to benefit all of you. And, the topics, all the various topics that have been presented, you can see they are well researched and they are to be beneficial to you guys, because we have experts in these various fields who are able to talk you through all this process. One, the speaker that just spoke, my very good sister, Amara Kate, has told you about having mentorship and sponsorship, told us the difference between the two. Here, ICAN has built you over time of perseverance, resilience for you to qualify as a chartered accountant. And that is one step. The next step is to take you from there to enable you to be able to start on an upward trajectory. And to be on that upward trajectory is one of the things that our chairman of council in this session has put this together. So today, we will be looking, if you are delighted with what our chairman has done, please put your hands together through the reaction for our chairman of session, please. Let me see you pull it there. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, can I share, or the secretariat is going to be sharing for me?
You have been enabled, sir. You have been enabled. You can do it yourself.
Okay, hold on. So let me see if I can pick this. So can we see what I'm presenting?
It's coming up.
Yeah, we can see. We can
Okay.
see, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, today we're talking about digital tax, using technology to drive tax management and administration in Nigeria. Please let us take, I'll be looking at time so that I want to be on the nick of time so that so here, digital tax. We need to understand what digital tax is. Understand the concept of technology. And we'll be looking at tax management and we'll be looking at tax administration. Now, in terms of tax administration, we're looking at the tax authorities. And in terms of tax management and its effect, permit me to say we're looking at the taxpayers and other stakeholders. Now, then we're looking at digital tax. The first question we want to ask, what exactly is digital tax? Digital tax on its own is the application of modern technologies to streamline and enhance tax collection, because when you're talking about tax, you're talking about tax collection, you're talking about compliance, and you're talking about administration processes. So when you're talking about digital tax, you're now looking at how you apply modern technologies to streamline and enhance tax collections. All these things I've mentioned: tax collection, compliance, administration, and the processes. We know that the world is a global village. And as a global village, a number of jurisdictions, when I mean jurisdictions, I'm talking about different countries. Now, a number of jurisdictions have digitalized their tax processes, and tax authorities worldwide have embraced technology. Now, so how can we now use this technology to drive tax management in Nigeria? So I'm going to be looking at something. When we talk about taxes, we're going to be looking at, how we probably pay our taxes, file our tax returns, and all that. Then I'm going to challenge you to something. Now, let us imagine this. I need you to free your mind. Let us imagine this. In the current process that we have now in Nigeria, in the current process let's look at what used to happen and what still obtains in some part of the country. I mean, some of the tax authorities we still have in Nigeria. We know that traditionally the tax administration in Nigeria has been probably manual based and paper based. You need to fill documentation, paper documentation, to submit huge volume of documents, for tax filing and to process your taxes. And you find out that there are a lot of inefficiencies inherent in this process, and this leads to a lot of leakages in internally generated revenue to the tax authorities. Now, and you find out that a lot of taxpayers, they face challenges such as complex filing processes, lack of transparency, and limited access to information. And also they get frustrated because of the cumbersome nature of the process. Now, imagine this: an environment where there's no manual filings. Imagine an environment where there are no piles of paperwork. Imagine an environment where there is no last-minute panic to go and file your returns. What happens when there is real-time tracking of transactions? What happens when there are automated audits? What happens when AI is powering fraud detection in tax processes? Imagine a world where tax authorities and taxpayers interact seamlessly through digital platforms. whereby I don't need to have to go to the tax authority before I can get the office, before I can get my things done. I don't need to go and submit manual documentation before the tax authority will review the manual document that I've submitted before we can interact. Now, what I'm saying right now, my dear young accountant, is not the future. What I'm talking about now is now. So how does this become of interest to you as a young accountant? As young accountant, you stand at the crossroads of finance and technology. Now, so the traditional way of tax, management, of course, are rapidly evolving, and those that are adopt to it now will lead the industry. With the digital tax space now, you stand a whole lot of opportunity to come into that space and be able to showcase yourself, just like the speaker that just finished now mentioned. So what are we going to be exploring here? We are going to be exploring how technology is reshaping tax administration. We're going to be exploring how real-world examples of the tax success in various jurisdictions. And here, why are you attending this program right now? Because you want to derive some benefits from there. You want to know what you need to be able to upskill yourself into that space and be able to take advantage of the opportunities that obtains in that space. So here, we'll be talking about the skills that you need to stay ahead. Then what are the things that are happening? Yes, I'm talking about all these beautiful things. Nothing that is beautiful, there's nothing that is beautiful that does not have its challenges. It does not have risks. So we are going to be looking at the risks and challenges of digital taxation. And again, why are we studying this? Why is this of interest to us? I'll tell you why. The reason is that we want to see what the future holds in this space and how you can be part of it, how you can take charge of this. So let's look at the digital shift that we have had. With the advent of technology, you find out that the Federal Inland Revenue Service and also different state revenue agencies have embraced digital tools to modernize tax administration. And this shift is driven by the need to improve compliance, reduce administrative costs, and increase revenue collection. What am I talking about here? Most of us who have been in the tax space for a while will note that prior to the advent of the tax pro marks by the Federal Inland Revenue Service, we knew what we were going through in tax filing, in tax processes with the Federal Inland Revenue Service. And after the advent of the e-tax portal by the Lagos State Internal Revenue Service, we knew how cumbersome it was to complete tax transactions that are under the jurisdiction of the State Internal Revenue Service way back then. But what has happened? Of course, there has been a shift. And that shift, that singular shift, mind you, they have not gotten there yet. They just started. But that little shift has opened up a lot of things in that space and has transformed into greater efficiency in tax administration in Nigeria, both at the federal level and the State Internal Revenue Service level. Please, if you think I'm too fast, use that icon to slow me down. And if you are okay with what is going, you can give a thumbs up to encourage your speaker so that the energy and the thought will be coming. Thank you very much for that. So now, what are the key technologies that are driving digital tax in Nigeria? We know, like I said before, from manual processes to digital tax, the technology will be, we'll talk about tax automation. I just mentioned Tax Pro Max. Tax Pro Max was one thing that FRS brought on board. Then there was the integrated tax automation system that FRS introduced as well, which has changed the scope of things in tax processing. Although also the state internal revenue portals have streamlined tax processes. I gave an example of the Lagos State Internal Revenue Service on their tax portal. A number of other state internal revenue services also have embraced this. Then you look about electronic tax payment platforms, right? Tools like Remitter, PayDirect, Flutterwave have helped to simplify tax payment. In times past, what used to happen? When they assess you, you'll be manually assessed to tax. You'll be giving your assessment by giving you a paper assessment. When they give you a paper assessment, you will go back to your office to go and issue checks in favor of the State Internal Revenue Service. Go through clearing, and when you go through clearing, then you come back, and that is when they're able to give you receipts. But gone are those days now. Things have changed. In the comfort of your home, in the comfort of your office, while you are driving, where you're in motion, you can start the process and complete the process. Now, what other technology is driving digital tax in Nigeria? We'll look at the data analytics and artificial intelligence. When we talk about AI, what comes to the mind of most people? Because we have seen AI, used for so many things. We have seen AI in sci-fi movies, and we think, oh, AI can just be used to move a picture to start singing. AI can be used to now get somebody who was dead, to act as if he's alive. No, that is not what AI is for alone. AI is already in tax offices. And what are the things that we're using AI for? Most of the times now, AI in tax offices is being used for fraud detection. In offices that has not been implemented, you will see that it will need to be implemented over time, and we're going to talk about that. Now, when you talk about fraud detection using AI, you know that AI uses algorithms, and these algorithms, when you deploy it to tax processes, now what it does is that it flags suspicious transaction. Example, when maybe an audit is being carried out, be it at the federal level or at the state level. Now, it can, at the federal level, the AI with the information that has been put in there can flag under reported income. And when it flags it, then you can look further into it. AI can be used for predictive analytics. Now, and what is predictive analytics? Don't forget that each revenue service, apart from carrying out their tax, whatever, one of the main objectives is to drive revenue, right? And in driving revenue, of course, revenue is driven through tax compliance. Now, there's a need for them to have an idea of the revenue potential that they have. So AI helps in this to be able to forecast the revenue trends, and this will help them for better policy making. Then also, most often times, a number of tax authorities now, they have seen that taxpayers are king. That's the way we say customers are king. Now, they have seen that taxpayers are king, and as such, you see them opening help desk where you can call in, and in calling in, they help you resolve tax matters. But what has AI done? AI has helped to create what I call chatbots. No, chatbots means chat robots. That is what is shortened to chatbots and virtual assistants. And what do these people do? Because most often times, don't forget, we're trying to cut down the cost of administration. And in cutting down the cost of administration, that means that people, because if you need to be able to attend to taxpayers 24/7, that means you need to have staff that you are rotating for 24/7. But to cut down that cost, AI has stepped in that instance so that taxpayers can be answered 24/7. Is this happening anywhere in the world? Yes, it is happening. Singapore Internal Revenue Authority is using chatbot to attend to people, you understand, 24/7. And why does this matter to you? Why does this matter to you? It matters to you because it helps, giving less time. It reduces the time on repetitive tasks so that you have more time for strategic advisory roles, right? Also, it creates a new path in tax technology consulting and data-driven compliance. Don't forget that in order to be able to increase the IGR of any revenue service, all you need to be working on is to ensure that you increase the voluntary compliance rate. And how can you increase the voluntary compliance rate? You can only do that not by moral situation, not by threatening taxpayers. You can only do that with technology. And what does technology do? Technology will ensure that, you are compelled to comply because technology takes care of everything. It can enter your bank statement, do analysis, assess the tax, alert the tax authority, what needs to be paid, what is outstanding, and all that. So that does that to you. Then what other key technology is driving digital tax in Nigeria? We look at blockchain. What is blockchain? Blockchain is known to be explored for its potential to enhance transparency and reduce fraud in tax administration. Now, the example given here is that it can be used to track transactions and ensure accurate reporting of taxable income. Now, there are certain things that you need to know about blockchain. Blockchain has certain key features, right? That the digital tax world in Nigeria can actually take advantage of. It has what you call smart contracts, right? It has smart contracts which can auto-calculate and deduct taxes. When I say smart contract, you want to ask, what exactly is a smart contract? Now, the way you get a lawyer to sit down with you and draft agreement, and when they draft out agreement, the parties to the agreement will now sign. Once they sign, party A will sign, party B will sign. That is the manual contract. But with smart contract, the blockchain helps to use the blockchain helps with smart contract. And one of the key features is that it's something that uses code. What do I mean by this? You set just the way you can use your Excel to say if A is less than 100 but greater than this, then this. That is the way the smart contract is. And once you put that code there, which is stored in blockchain, they automatically enforce and execute the terms of the contract when those predefined conditions are met. And what does this do? It eliminates the need for any intermediaries, because any intermediary can still do, some funny things inside the contract. So those are the things that you see. And blockchain are immutable. They have immutable records, which means that that a lot of people can do what I call financial shenanigans. And what is financial shenanigans? Financial shenanigans is what we call creative accounting. Now, with blockchain, it eliminates that. So, and when you don't have that, of course, you cannot manipulate anything. So, and if that happens, it shows transparency in what is happening. Then also, it helps to do what I call real-time audits. All this one that is, okay, you're doing audits on a yearly basis or every 2 to 3. Just give me a sign that you can hear me well. Hello, can we hear me well? Okay, thank you. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. Well, sorry. Okay, so that's that on that blockchain. So you'll be able to do all those case studies. So we need to move faster because of time. Then what are the other key technologies we'll be talking about? This is a topic that we need enough time to be able to really discuss at length. Now, what are the other technologies you need to be looking at? You need to be looking at what I call big data and cloud computing. So these are some of other key technologies that are driving digital tax in Nigeria. So what are the benefits of digital tax for taxpayers and administrators? Let's go back to the topic. It says using technology to drive tax management and whatever. So let's look at the benefits. What are the benefits? What are the benefits of digital tax for taxpayers? So for taxpayers, the digital tax makes it extremely convenient for taxpayers to be able to start and conclude their tax payment, their tax filing from the comfort of their homes, offices, or anywhere. So it enables taxpayers to be able to fulfill their obligations, easily. Then it brings about transparency, in tax matters. Real-time access to tax records and payment history helps to build trust in the system. Now, also, on a normal day, with the advent of with the historical record of having manual processes, and during the manual processes, a lot of, like I said, a lot of leakages exist, a lot of inefficiencies, a lot of bureaucratic bottlenecks. Now, that comes with high compliance cost, because the tax authorities, need to deploy a whole lot of money to be ensured that, okay, taxpayers are able to comply with the provisions of the tax law. But this one, the automation reduces the time and resources that they require for tax compliance. Now, let's look at what the benefits are for the tax administrators themselves. Now, you and I both know that even the number of staff they have in tax offices, if they're to embark on the system, the current system before they started deploying technology, all the staff that they have, they do not have enough human capital to cover the total number of companies that are registered in Nigeria. But with the advent of technology in the digital, the automation, the digital tax automation, you find out that there is improved efficiency, because there are digital tools that streamline the processes and reduce manual errors and the administrative burdens that the tax authorities have. And when this happens, because the process is seamless, what you see is the fact that the revenue collection will start going up, because there is voluntary compliance through the automation process, right? And there is lower cost of lower administrative costs for ensuring compliance on the taxpayers. Then, because technology and automation has taken place, don't forget, when I was talking about blockchain, I talked about some of the features that it has there, and I talk about some of the things that it could do, which is predictive analytics, which can help to forecast revenue for the tax authorities. I can tell you this is very key to the tax authorities. So with this predictive analytics feature, it provides instant into the insights into taxpayer behaviors and revenue trends. Do we have challenges? Are there risks? What are the dark side? You understand? Because every good thing, of course, they have their risks and they have their challenges. So those we are going to be looking at. All right? So let's look at the infrastructural deficiencies. In Nigeria today, even though things have improved tremendously, when we are talking about digital tax in Nigeria, we are looking at the future, or we are looking at the period where every Nigerian that have tax obligation with any revenue authorities, regardless of your location, whether you are in the urban area or whether you are in the rural area, you have access to internet to be able to use it to fulfill your obligations. But do we have that currently now? The answer is a big no. Even in the urban areas, we struggle with internet. The telecommunication infrastructure there is not optimal. So this is one of the challenges that we have in that space. We talk about digital literacy. Many employers, many taxpayers, especially SMEs and individuals, lack the skills to use the digital platform effectively. A number of people are even struggling with Android. Talk of the iPhone users now, and you need to go online to be able to fulfill tax obligation. By record of CAC, I understand we have over 40 million registered SMEs in Nigeria. And of course, you and I know that the literacy level in Nigeria is low. However, both literate and illiterate people are the ones that have registered in SME because, of course, they have a skill, they have a skill set and a service to sell, hence registering as an SME. How many of them are digitally literate? So this is one of the challenges we have in digital tax in Nigeria. Also, we talk about resistance to change. You understand? Some taxpayers and tax officials are resistant to adopting new technologies due to fear of the unknown or loss of control. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about that. Don't forget that initially we said the manual process that they were using before gave room to a lot of inefficiencies. These inefficiencies gave room to a lot of leakages. And these leakages gave room to a lot of officials and even the taxpayers alike to enrich their pockets. Now, when you bring in a technology that is going to turn the inefficiency to efficiency, is going to block the leakages so that the revenue that is going into the pocket will not be going into the pocket of the government directly. Of course, you are going to have resistance to change. And that is one of the challenges of digital tax implementation in Nigeria. Also, we talk about cybersecurity risk. Now, what is cybersecurity risk? I tell you, everything in the digital space, like for people that understand Yoruba, they'll say, means that the way they do on earth is the way they do in heaven. You see, the way you do in the digital space was the way we were doing in the manual space before, just that we automated the process. So in the manual space before, what you will have done, you keep your records, you look for a vault, you keep your records in there. What are the likely things that could happen to that vault, to happen to your record? You can have unauthorized access to that record. You can have theft to that record, into that vault. You can have fire incidents on that record. The same way you have that in the manual world, that is the way you have it in the digital space. And that is what is called cyber security risk. The cyber security risk is the likelihood that the information that has been gotten by the tax authorities, right, could be accessed by unauthorized persons. And when they are accessed by unauthorized persons, they can be used for nefarious activities. And this is a real risk. I give you an example of what happened sometimes in 2022. I will not mention the name of the tax authority, but any one of you that is conversant with that incident will understand what happened. With the advent of BVN and NIN, one of the reputable and highly respected tax authority in Nigeria, having developed their importer tax system, obtain the information of people. They ask taxpayers to update their information on their tax on their portal. A lot of people obliged and they updated their data on the tax portal. What happened? Their portal was breached. It was hacked, and that gave rise to unauthorized person accessing the portal.
1 minute more, sir.
Okay, so unauthorized accessing the portal. So that is one of the cyber security risks. So what are the strategies for overcoming these challenges? We talk about capacity building. We talk about public-private partnership. We talk about awareness campaigns to a lot of other the stakeholders that are involved. And we talk about cyber security investment, which means implementing advanced security measures, such as encryption or multi-factor authentication, which can protect taxpayer data. What are the future of digital tax in Nigeria? So we're going to look at that. The future, adopting of emerging technologies like AI, integration with other government systems, and we're going to be looking at global collaboration in the ecosystem. So I'll tell you what are the practical tips for young accountants, which is what is of interest to you today. The skills that you need to stay relevant. 1, data analytics skill. 2, AI and using AI and automation tools. 3, using blockchain basics. And 3, you need advisory skills. Why? Because firms, companies, they desperately need tax-savvy accountants. What do you need to do? You need to upskill now so that you can be a go-to expert in the digital tax solution. So what is my final message to you, my young accountant? The future of digital tax, the future of tax in Nigeria is 1, digital, automated, and data-driven. The question is, will you be left behind or will you lead the change? So your next steps to be able to answer this question, learn a skill, follow digital tax trend, position yourself as an advisor, and the future belongs to you. Thank you for listening, and thank you for being part of this process. Thank you, my chairman, for the opportunity.
Let's show in love.
Thank you for that. I can see all the appreciation. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, we're very excited. Thank you very much, Dr. Sonny.
Yes,
you're always ready to pour yourself into every young accountant. Thank you.
You're very much welcome.
All right, Latifa, are you here? Continue. All right, so while we wait, maybe Latifa, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Are you still in charge?
Thank you so much, Dr. Sonny, for insightful discussion we had. We really appreciate you for your time. Now we hope when we call on you next, you read our call.
We're not done with
Thank you.
him. We're not done. Yeah, we're not done. So Dr. Sonny, we need you to help us with some question and answers. So we are sure people are actually fulfilled before leaving here.
Okay.
So you may just I'll leave it to take control of the question and answer session at your end. So just add in the Q&A box.
All right.
Questions there.
All right.
Okay, and participating young accountants, please, the Q&A box is there. Drop your questions there so that Dr. Sonny can help you answer them. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Chairman. I'm in the Q&A box, and I'll start from the last question. Very interesting. It said, listening to your presentation, sir, you must be a good lecturer. Yes, I hear that a lot. Hearing the word digital tax, I was expecting you to speak more on how Nigerian government have been taxing online businesses. But you delve to another area completely, or is this not applicable in Nigeria? If this is available in Nigeria, what are those proxies that can be used for digital tax in Nigeria? Thanks for the enlightenment, sir. Now, to take your question, you said you were expecting to speak on taxing online businesses. When you are talking about digital tax does not only relate to how to tax online businesses. If you look at the paper that we are presenting today, it says digital tax. Let me look at it again. It says digital tax using technology to drive tax administration and what again? And tax management. So here, your question that you asked is valid, but what we have said actually encapsulates how online businesses can be captured. In terms of online businesses vary go into different, they are varied. One, you have online people that are doing their businesses online, right? That you can buy your stuff online. Now, if you look at one of the things that government is saying now, government is saying they have the power to be able to plug into your system so that they can see what you are doing real-time online. Also, you look at transaction in terms of the cryptocurrencies, crypto transaction, and how the tax administrators can tax all the transaction in the crypto world. These are what I still call online or digital transaction. What we have said actually covers this, because it is just an arm of what we have talked about. Then you said, oh, if it's available in Nigeria, what are those proxies that can be used for digital tax in Nigeria? I don't know what you mean by proxies that can be used for digital tax. I have just told you, when you're talking about tax, you are talking about how the system have been automated, one, for the tax administrator, two, for the use by the taxpayer. I tell you, a lot of people you want to file now, you have to go, the portal of even the revenue services are not enough to be able to accommodate everybody filing at the same time. What are the opportunities that even exist? Individuals, don't forget, one of the things I told you is public-private partnership. Individuals like you, young accountant, seeing that there's a problem in that space, can partner with people to create a digital space where taxpayer can file their returns and you handshake with the government so that this problem is solved. And to excite you, I already have an application like that I have built with my team, which we are integrating with different tax authorities to be able to solve that particular problem. Then also I said, what happens to the rule of residency when 90%? The rule of residency here is not what we're talking about in terms of digital tax space, because that's the rule of residency relates to something else. Good afternoon. Thank you for the lecture, sir. How do we protect our data while incorporating? How do we protect our data while incorporating AI? Like, if you listen very well, I told you one of the things to do in order to prevent yourself from cybersecurity risk is encryption of data. You understand? Multi-factor authentication of transaction. These are things and tools that you can use to sort this out. Sorry, let me go up after. Sir, can you take us through how to process tax clearance certificate for company that's not on tax pro max? This is outside the scope of this, whatever, but I quickly delve into it for you. For company not on tax pro max, the first thing is for you, first of all, register the business, let it be on tax pro max, and ensure that you do the normal filing on tax pro max. And once you do the filing, you can apply for your tax clearance, make all the necessary payment, and you can apply for your tax clearance there right away, and you will get your tax clearance. Which way for in line operation and greatness, please elucidate. What advice do you have for me as I'm currently in sales? I think this was for the previous presenter. Then here, how do you get? I hope to get your presentation. Sure, you get the presentation. The secretariat have the presentation, and I'm sure they will share it with everybody. Thank you. Can you elaborate more on what digital tax means? So this person is asking about digital tax. So that means probably it didn't start. I told you that digital tax is the application of modern technology to streamline and enhance tax collection, tax compliance, and tax administration processes. That is what digital tax is all about. Then what happened? Okay, now, good afternoon, sir. Thank you for, okay. Okay, this was, it's what I can relate to working in tax compliance position. Thank you very much. This person said, okay, this person is abroad and it says they can relate to it. Thank you very much. My first question is about how ensuring compliance can be digitized and if NIN can be linked every individual tax identity. Yes, you're correct. It's not only NIN, even BVN NIN can be linked. And don't forget when I was talking about using blockchain and AI, when you use blockchain and AI to digitize tax processes, don't forget I told you that the taxpayers and tax administrators will be talking to themselves seamlessly. When I mean talking to themselves seamlessly, it does not mean that they will be talking on phone. The process, because it's already automated, will talk to themselves in terms of my bank statement, right? AI will analyze my bank statement, and blockchain haven't been programmed to carry out what I call the smart contract. We look at the implication of what I have in my bank statement, extract that information, go into the portal of tax authority, see what I owe, and be able to show them without even tax authority talking to me. That is what the seamless talking about that I was talking about means. Thanks for the good job. Could you please provide a rough idea of how to build a customized chatbot? Unfortunately, I won't be able to tell you that, but I can tell you one thing. Everything has become easy with AI. You'll find out that there are tools online, there are AI tools that you can use to customize chatbots. On a normal day, if you know any chatbot that is okay, you can even use an AI tool to go and replicate that chatbot and domesticate it to your use. And on that note, I think I've taken care of all the questions here. Once again, I thank you for the opportunity to be able to present to our young accountant, and I hope you have found this insightful. And should you need any other clarifications, please do not hesitate to get in touch with me. You can get in touch with me through the secretariat, or you can get in touch with me directly, and I will be more than delighted to be able to be of assistance. Thank you very much, and do have a good day.
Thank you again, Dr. Sonny. Young accountants, are you reacting? Are you happy? If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know, say hooray, hooray, hooray. If you're happy and you know, say hooray, hooray. Thank you, Dr. Sonny. God bless you.
You're very much welcome, my chairman.
Thank you. So Latifa, you can now say your final thank you to him. Latifa is a board, one of our board members, and she's held us well through this session. So Latifa, you can let him go formally. And
Thank you so much, Dr. Sonny, and for taking your time to also go through the question and answer section. Thank you for the session. It's also insightful. We appreciate your time. We do not take it for granted. Thank you so much.
You're very much welcome. Thank you. Bye.
bye-bye. Thanks.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Yeah. So I leave the podium for Iko Ojo, David Emmanuel. Iko Ojo, David Emmanuel, another board member to take us on.
Good morning, my
session.
chair.
Good morning, David.
Yeah, I hope I can be heard clearly.
Your head clearly.
Okay. Good morning, distinguished participants. Good morning, young accountants present. My name is Iko Ojo Emmanuel, a member of the committee, and I've been given this singular privilege to introduce the third and final speaker for today, who will be taking us adaptive leadership in uncertain times. So before I call him up, I'm particularly privileged to introduce this personnel because this is someone that has spent near 30 years impacting young professionals. Oluwamimo Adebayo is an economist, an administrator, and a consultant, a lead consultant with 3A&T Consulting Limited, Abuja, a HR consulting firm. He's currently the MD CEO, Unique Professional Tutors Limited, an ICAN award-winning tutor center, and a famous ICAN training center in Abuja. He holds a degree in economics and a master's in business administration. He's a member of various professional bodies, including Nigerian Environmental Society, Nigerian Institute of Management, and Institute of Management Consultants. Now, he has 25 years lecturing experience in various tertiary institutions and has presented professional and academic papers at different fora. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to welcome Mr. Otumba Oluwamimo Adebayo, MBA, MNIM, NES, MIMC. Sir,
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Otumba. You're welcome.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon,
Good afternoon, Otumba.
Doctor. Good afternoon. And the
Thank you,
young
sir.
accountants. I want to appreciate the leadership of
Mr. Adebayo.
Please continue.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. David, is that you want to say something?
Yes, we could not hear you. Okay, well, yeah. Okay,
Hope you
now.
can hear me now. Can
We
you hear
can
me?
hear him. Oh. We
Yeah,
can
All
hear
right.
him.
Loud and
Okay,
clear.
thank you very much. Once again, I greet everyone. I want to appreciate the leadership of ICAN for giving me this opportunity to discuss with the young accountants who are the leaders and the future of the institute. I appreciate the management and the leadership for the opportunity. So I will be sharing experience with us this afternoon on a very topical issue, adaptive leadership in uncertain times. You agree with me that when we look at the world generally, politically, economically, and otherwise, a lot of uncertainties are really around the environment. And as young leaders and leaders to be, there are certain things we need to understand and we need to know. Because when we talk of uncertainties, it's something that can happen when you least expect it or when you don't even prepare for it at all. So we'll be going into the paper. I want to know who is going to share the screen.
That be enabled. You can share it on the hand.
Okay. Thank you.
It's up now.
All right. So I will start with the introduction. Sorry, let me just, okay. So the main thrust of the paper is to examine and analyze critically the significant roles of leaders in organizations through an adaptive leadership qualities, especially when we look at the uncertain times in the environment that we find ourselves. And as leaders, we need to really prepare ourselves for these challenges ahead. So the objective of the paper, at the end of the training session, the young participants will be able to understand what the leadership concept is all about. They'll be able to explain why leaders and managers should embrace the concept of leadership in various organizations, and also understand and discuss the phenomenon of uncertain times in the business world. And then they will also be able to relate between being adaptive and the success of the organization. So, and lastly, they will be equipped and prepared for the uncertain times that pervade the business world, being an adaptive leaders in their various organizations. And that will take us to the introduction. The introduction goes thus: the perception of leadership nowadays is very much different from what we have in the past. The idea that one individual can singularly generate results by enforcing his will is considered outdated, meaning that as a leader, you need to be a team player, because leadership is about team sports, and managers should position themselves for such situation, because that is what is presently obtainable, and that is the aim thing. If you think you can do it alone, definitely you are not going to get the result. You are not going to get the result at all, because as a leader, you must have it at the back of your mind that, yes, I can't do it alone. I still need the support of others. So it means that you must consider the volatility and the uncertainty in the environment you find yourself. And in most cases also, leaders find it difficult to keep to all these changes and to survive at the same time in such a situation. But then, as leader and a manager, as a young leader to be, as a young manager, you need to embrace this for you to survive and thrive in business. So strategies must be adopted, techniques must be used to overcome any challenges that may come your way, which is where adaptive leadership comes in. Now, when we talk about leadership in management, we have the understanding that you need to turn vision into reality. Every obstacle must turn to opportunities. And you must be able to, use people in a way that they will be able to share your objective as a leader in your organization. So leadership is all about people, it's all about the system, it's all about the vision of the leader. Now, what does adaptable leadership mean? What does it mean? When we talk about adaptable leadership, what are we talking about? A leader who is adaptable can quickly adjust to new situations and changing circumstances, making the necessary changes to achieve success. Now, if you look at our environment today, you will agree with me that things change unexpectedly. Even when you have your plans on ground, when we have put in place different structures, things can happen, and then you'll be caught napping. In fact, you'll be caught unaware if care is not taken. For example, something very fundamental and significant happened in May 2023. The newly inaugurated president was to address the nation and the entire world. And before you know it, a pronouncement was made: subsidy is gone. And you agree with me that that statement alone threw many people off balance. In fact, even up to today that we are having this conversation, many people have not recovered from that singular statement. And many businesses have been affected, impacted negatively. So this is what we are talking about. Adaptable leader must be able to, have that mindset that, what if I wake up tomorrow and things change? How do I cope in such an environment? How do I cope in such a business environment? Another very good example was when United States President came in, Donald Trump, he made so many pronouncements, and the whole world can feel the impact of some of those things and this statement and action he took. So it means that as a leader, we must prepare ourselves. Adaptive leadership is a practical approach, no doubt about that. Approach to solving business issues. Helping leaders to identify and focus on the important aspect of business operation and discarding what it can do without. Today, many of us at our own individual level, we have done away with so many things, that maybe we felt, oh, we can't do away with this before. Because of what? Because of uncertainty that came in through economic policies, through some other things, And today, everybody is focusing on how can I, adjust to the reality, the new norms as is being called. Now, this concept of adaptive leadership was introduced by two experts, two Harvard professors, Martin Linsky and Ronald Effects, and they did a lot of extensive research and concluded that businesses are constantly changing or developing and they must navigate through all those situations. So leaders who apply adaptive leadership theory go beyond simply addressing challenges. They find their ways to solve them. It is not just addressing it there. Yeah, we know there's a problem. No. You must be able to solve the problem. What if maybe your organization, the budget for you is cut to a level that is ridiculous? How do you survive? You must come up with strategies, techniques to be able to overcome such a situation. Furthermore, adaptive leaders are skilled at recognizing what risks are and what the ones that are worth taking and the ones that you need to avoid so as not to waste resources and time. Adaptive leaders are, they are good at that. Now, what are the principles? What are the principles of adaptive leadership? We'll be looking at some very important points like emotional intelligence, organizational justice, development, and character. As an adaptive leader, you must be sensitive to the feelings of others, which is very important. As a leader, you must be sensitive to the feelings of others. You must be able to, see through what they are passing through. It's very important. Emotional intelligence, organizational justice. Leaders must be open and honest, even if the truth is very hard to hear or to listen to. When employees, stakeholders try to give their opinions, you shouldn't just discard them. You should look into it and then be open. Adaptive leaders also love trying new things, which has to do with development. These are very important principles that an adaptive leader should possess. Then character. Character is also a very, very significant and important principle of an adaptive leader. You must then respect from those who you are leading. If you are a leader and you are not leading by example, automatically people will not take you serious. So transparency is key. You must be transparent, you must be open, and you must be comfortable with admitting mistakes. Where you make mistakes, you should not see it as maybe you are being attacked. Unfortunately, in our political space, when people are being, when their attention are being drawn to certain things, they see it as if they have been attacked, which is very bad. So as young leaders, young accountants, we need to all have this at the back of our mind. Now, what does it take? Please, if you agree with the things we are discussing, you can please type yes on chat forum. So what does it take to become an adaptive leader? Successful adaptive leaders possess the following traits. Number one, adaptive leaders think outside the box and challenge the way things have been done. That is one thing that is very key. Leaders must think outside the box. Unfortunately, in our political space, we have that problem where leaders are not thinking outside the box. And it's affecting everybody, you know? So as a leader in your organization, as a young aspiring leader, you must have it at the back of your mind that you must be able to think outside the box. You must be able to face challenges and come up with a way to, navigate through it. 2, leaders are expected to be flexible and accept change as part of organization evolution. Apology to my Christian brethren. In leadership, there's nothing like it's not my portion. It can happen, and you must be flexible to accept it. When it happens, you should not say, no, back to sender. It's not going to go to any sender. It has come to you. You must face it. Then you must embrace uncertainty. Whether you like it or not, it must be there. You must embrace it. You don't need to fear uncertainty. You must learn from it and use it to find a better solution. Adaptive leaders are proactive instead of reactive. As a leader, you must be proactive. Yes, you can be caught unaware, but you don't have to wait until certain things happen. You should be able to read the situation, read the system, and then be proactive in your strategy. Then you must be open to experimentation. There's nothing wrong in taking some calculative and calculated risks sometimes. You can experiment with certain things. Don't be like a Nigerian Super Eagles. Everybody is praying and using calculator now to see how South Africa will drop and Nigeria will become number 1 on the table and the group to go to World Cup. So no, that is not adaptive leadership. You must be able to plan ahead, experiment with certain things, and then, and finally, adaptive leaders always welcome a diversity of viewpoint. When people advise, don't just wave it off and discard them that, what do they know? Like somebody I know some years back, in a meeting when you want to talk, say, sit down, I know what you are going to say. Don't be like that kind of a leader that you see, you have turned yourself to God. You know what somebody will say before they even open their mouth. That is not the best way. That is not the best way to go about it. So we'll now move to adaptability in today's business world. For me to be sure that we are on the same page, I want you to type yes as a form of confirmation, please. Please type yes. Type yes. Good. Thank you. So, adaptability, leadership in today's business world. Adaptability in leadership is about being flexible and responsive to changes in business environment. A leader who is adaptable can quickly adjust to new situations and changing circumstances, making the necessary changes to achieve success. This is particularly important in today's business world, where rapid technological advancements, market disruptions, and shifting consumer trends are becoming the norm. The expectation today is high, so much. The technological innovations are enormous, advancement enormous. There are market disruptions. For example, Donald Trump said he will raise tax on European goods up to 25%. Canada, China. This can disrupt, local manufacturing. It can disrupt so many things. So that is the world we are. A lot of things are happening. And then as leaders we must embrace, such changes and adapt to the system. So leadership adaptability can be challenging, especially for those who have been successful in the past with a particular approach. There's a slang in the public service, this is how we do it. In business, that may not work in business. It may not work in business. This is how we do it. Because things are changing. If you are doing it this way, and then just like the last presenter said about digital tax, if you have been doing it manually, and you still want to remain manually, I mean, you want to do it manually. You don't want to embrace digital innovation. Automatically, you are going to be left behind. So as leaders, you must have that ability, to face challenges and then discard past, approaches that are not paying off, that are not helping. However, leaders who are willing to adapt to change and embrace new ideas are more likely to succeed in the long run. It is essential to recognize that adaptability is not just a personal trait, but can also be developed through leadership development, just like the one we're having. It's something that can be developed over time. As a leader, you should be able to develop that adaptive leadership. Like the program we're having, this webinar for young accountants, they can develop that ability to, adapt to situation and business environment. Now that leads us to uncertainties, uncertain times in business world. There is a concept of what we call VUCA, and the other one, DVUCAD, which I'm going to talk about one after the other. Now, when we talk about VUCA, I'm looking at VUCA as an holistic concept. I don't want to be discussing political, economic. No. It will cover every aspect. Now, what are the things we talk about in VUCA? We talk about volatility, we talk about uncertainty, we talk about complexity and ambiguity. It's an acronym based on leadership theories of Warren Bennis and Botnarius. I don't want to disturb us with all those historical stuff. So it means uncertainty, it means complexity, it means ambiguity, volatility, uncertainty of general conditions and situations. Then when we talk about the VUCA is the advanced version of VUCA, which now incorporates disruptions and diversity. When we talk of disruptions, it goes beyond just uncertainty and volatility. Disruption can come in so many ways. It could be natural, it could be politically induced, it could be economically induced. And when we talk about diversity in the sense that we look at some other things that are coming up. Today, if you are going to take any decision, even in business world, you must consider some demographic groupings. The people with disability, the young ones, the elderly ones, and the rest like that. These are diversities that are coming. So as a leader, you should have this at the back of your mind that certain decisions that will be taken, certain things that will happen, you must also go with all these concepts. Because of time, I'm rushing a little bit so that, however, I want to quickly look at the VUCA, in terms of the 6 A's in today's business environment. In today's business environment, the 6 A that will help adaptive leaders to overcome the VUCA challenges posed by ever-changing business world are as follows. Awareness. As a young leader, you must be aware of your environment, you must be aware of your business, you must be aware of what is happening in the environment, and you have updates. Aspiration to be great, aspiration to lead well, aspiration to do, things that maybe some people have not even done before. Authenticity, being authentic, genuine in your leadership approach, being genuine in your leadership acumen, develop your IQ, develop your intelligence, and equip yourself with the necessary information and knowledge. Then the approaches you are going to use also will be able to help you in dealing with the business environment where VUCA and the VUCAD may be challenges. Then attitude. Sorry for that error there. Attitude. The attitude you are bringing to the whole scenario will also go a long way to determine whether you'll be able to survive in the business environment where you are challenged by VUCA and the VUCAD. Can I see a yes if we are together on the same platform? Thank you. Now, the adaptive leadership model. Adaptive leadership helps individuals and organizations adapt and thrive in the face of challenge and prepare them to take on the process of change. This leadership approach involves diagonizing, interrupting, and innovating as a means of creating capabilities that align with the aspirations of the organization. It's a model that you must embrace. Ability to diagnose, ability to interrupt, ability to innovate and create capability that will align with the aspiration of the organization. What are the aspirations of the organization? Your approach should be able to diagnose the system, interrupt the system, and innovate. Come up with innovations that will align with the goals of the organization. Now, the practice of adaptive leadership can have enormous impacts on an organization because this leadership model places such a strong emphasis on overcoming challenges in order to achieve success. An example of this problem solution duality is an aspiring business leader who is faced with the challenge of setting ambitious goals and be able to allow team members to accomplish them. Sometimes as a leader, you find yourself in a situation where you have goals, very ambitious goals, and you want your members also to be on the same page with you, but somewhere along the line, it may not really work out as you think. So prepare yourself, young accountants, young leaders, and be ready for some of these things because it may likely happen. An adaptive leader will be motivated by this challenge because of the potential for immense reward for both the organization and its member. So which means that if you can navigate through such challenges, of course, you get reward for it at the end of the day. Even if there are setbacks along the way, the leader is undeterred in galvanizing the organization towards its goal. And that is the essence of this kind of a training, so that when such situation of VUCA and DVUCA comes up and you can navigate it, of course, you'll be celebrated, you'll be rewarded, and then you'll be able to take the organization to the next level. Practicing adaptive change management. Adaptive change management is a management approach that focuses on making quick and incremental changes in response to new challenges. This approach involves, one, understanding the need for change. One of the areas that leaders do not want to hear, or people generally, let me not even say that, people don't want change. They want the status quo to remain. So if there's a change, it becomes a problem. So as an adaptive leader that understands change management, you must understand the need for a change. There must be a change. It can't be the same, throughout. There will be a need for a change. Then you plan the change, planning the change. If
Hello,
it comes,
sir. 2 minutes more, sir.
Wow. Okay. Then implementing the change, monitoring the outcomes. Thank you. Now, what are the traits of adaptive leaders? I believe we'll have access to the material, so I'll just rush. Let me just take one. One of the traits of adaptive leaders is ability to link organizational change to primary values, and then the capacity to create an environment that embraces diversity of views. Thank you. Then I'll move to, because of time, when we talk about adaptive leadership, we also talk about very important two things. We call it technical and adaptive problems. The technical problem has a solution already. In fact, a determined solution. But when we talk of adaptive problem, it has no solution. You must come up with solution to address it. And that's one of the challenges of a leader who is expected to be adaptive in nature. What are the challenges in implementing adaptive leadership? The challenges are many and enormous. Now, when you come up with an idea as an adaptive leader, it brings a lot of challenges. Now, when you're experimenting or discovering new knowledge, people may not embrace it. In fact, they will even be they will be lambasting you that you are giving them problems because they don't believe in what you are bringing on board. Their beliefs, their values are different. Their perception different. So it becomes a challenge sometimes, a problem for even the leader. Another one is that it set the stage for different forms of resistance as an adaptive leader, you want to bring in a change. People will resist change. People will want to resist it because they believe, this is how we have been doing it before. And now if we are going to bring in this one, that means we are going to be denied of certain things. So people will resist that change. In addition, people will want to hinder that adaptive change. They will marginalize it, they will divert it, they will attack the idea. In fact, your innovation will be considered useless. But as an adaptive leader, you must carry on because you have that determination and you know what you stand to achieve as a leader. Perhaps the greatest challenge that may challenge an adaptive leader is that adaptive leadership is the unwillingness of leaders to listen to other people's opinion. So when you as a leader, you have the power, you have the team, but you are not even ready or willing to even listen to them when they are drawing your attention to certain things that, wait, the way we are going, say no, you know better. Being an adaptive leader does not mean you cannot listen to people. You also need to listen to people, and then the ones that are useful, you embrace it. And in reality, sometimes it could be difficult because people will disagree with you, and you also will disagree with people. Very, very difficult. So leaders must also understand that listening does not necessarily mean abandoning your individual goals. It can also help you to fine-tune and then try to, do what is needful. And then conclusively, an adaptive leadership requires a great deal of effort. It provides substantial returns, and based on credible statistics, organizations that are adaptive end up with immense gains, both financially and operationally. They are able to weather storms and rise to the top even during periods of disruption, volatility, and uncertainty within the business world. And that brings us to the end of the presentation. Thank you for listening. Thank you for the opportunity. So we'll move to.
Thank you very, very much, sir.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we're currently at the Q&A segment. So please, the chat box is available for those that wish to ask questions. Well, I can't see any question on my end.
Please, if you have any question, let's have the questions. Oh. Or is it that the class is tired?
Maga, from the reactions, I feel you really understood what you said.
Okay.
Yes, I can see many reactions flowing in.
Yes, I can see that too.
I guess everybody understands this well, adaptive leadership in uncertain times. Thank you so much. David, you could continue.
Okay.
Questions are there. So please let your questions come in. There are some questions there now, so you can.
Okay.
Must a leader adapt to? David, are you there? So read it
Yeah,
out, read them out.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. Yeah. Must the leader adapt to every setting? When should the leader walk away?
Okay.
Should I read the questions or you answer as it comes out?
Just read the question.
Okay, so that's the first question.
Okay.
So the second one is,
No, let him answer the first one. No.
Okay.
Do you want and then if you click on the Q&A, you'll see the questions yourself too.
Okay.
There's a Q&A box.
Must a leader
Yes.
adapt to every setting? I will say yes and no. Yes, in the sense that, for example, if you are a private operator of your own business, are you going to abandon your business and run away? The answer would be no. If there is a change in import duties, if there is a change in economic policies, you still have to navigate through, through the waters of uncertainties. However, if you're a political leader, and then, which is a very strange thing in our own climate anyway, things are not going the way you expected. Of course, as a leader, if you cannot cope with the system, you can just throw in the, and then take a bow. But it hardly happens then. Even when you are caught red-handed, you still defend yourself and the rest like that. So it depends on the setting and the situation at hand. In business, if you are appointed to run a business, it is considered that you are capable of handling such a situation. So why do you run away as a general in the battlefield? You run away. That's not too good enough. So it depends on the setting. If it is political, yes, we may say, well, you can't cope, and then you run away. But if it is not, then that should bring out the best in you in order to face the challenge. Thank you. The next question.
Yes. Let me also just add some buttress your point. Yes, like you said, the answer is in two ways. If you are the topmost leader, why would you walk away? If you are the number one decision maker, why would you walk away? So except you find yourself, yes, there's leadership for us at various levels. There are leaders, I'm a leader, but I still have reporting lines and I have other leaders who I have to take instructions and directives from. So if you find yourself in a situation where directives begin to conflict with your ethical values, the ethical values that should drive you, your professionalism, integrity, and all that. So if the environment becomes really value conflicting, then it means that that's not your environment. But if it is to ensure that things are done well, then you have to build up leadership skills to be able to stay firm in that situation. The number one person can't just walk away because that means that they're going to scatter the whole thing. So a leader has to, as a leader, to adapt to uncertain times. You just need the skills. You need to build up skills. When you find yourself trying to run away, walk away, you should go and ask yourself, find out what should I do not to walk away, because a lot of people are looking up to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Number 2 question. Mr. David?
Yeah, I'm with you, sir.
Yeah, the second question you said.
Yes, so there's an interesting question here.
Okay.
But there are lots of questions. Okay, let me take the last one.
Okay.
Does walking away solve the problem for a leader, even when there's an obvious sabotage?
I think even from doctor's submission and the one I said earlier, walking away may not solve the problem. It may even compound the problem. So as a leader, adaptive leader, you need to develop skills. You need to develop knowledge. That, I talked about authenticity the other time when I talk about the 6 A's. You have the awareness that this is the situation you find yourself. How do I go about it? if you sleep or you decide to walk away, you may even bring more problems. So if indeed you are a leader and you are equipped, you are prepared, and you have what it takes, automatically you should be able to, face the situation and then navigate through it. Walking away will not solve the problem. It's just like a father in the house that needs to provide for the family. And because of one challenge or the other, say you are walking away. Where are you walking to? The problem will still remain there. If you go and come back, you still meet the problem there. So you must find a solution, find a way to solve the problem. That's one of the hallmark of a good leader. And being an adaptive leader for that matter, you should be able to adapt to situation and see how you can go about it and then find solution to it. Thank you very much.
A question from Ajayi Olushola is, please, sir, how will you extend this topic to old accountants in practice as they are not adaptive?
I think that question is beyond me. The leadership of the institute will be able to answer that. However, it's not a bad idea, Olushola. It's not a bad idea. We can also extend it, but don't forget, like in Yoruba language, there's an idea that when a fish has become dry, bending it can be disastrous. So let me not go into that. The leadership will find a way on how to, bring them on board so that we can also be on the same page, both the old and the young, and then we can embrace this. It's a very good question. Thank you for that. The secretariat will see how they can push it to the leadership so that something like this can also be done for the old accountants. Thank you.
Okay, and a question from Kelechi Ebirim is, when you encounter the challenge of resistance to change, how can one go about it as a leader?
When you encounter resistance, a leader must possess the skill to come to the level of those resisting the change, especially communicate the change beforehand. One of the challenges we're having today in our space is because some of us, we did not prepare for subsidies gone that May 29 because it was not well communicated, and it has really affected the mindset of people towards the leader. So as a leader, before you even bring a change, there must be a kind of communication, there must be a buy-in, there must be a situation where you have prepared the minds of people for that, so that you won't just bring up something and then they will resist it. If you carry them along, you do the advocacy, you do the necessary things, even if it is something that happens sudden, at least you can still communicate why it happens that way. Of course, they will understand. But if it's something that you did not even carry anybody along and then you want to do a human show or a one-man show, automatically, naturally, they will resist. And that can be very, very bad for the system.
Okay. A question from Adeyemi Oyedeji is, how can an adaptable leader take a firm stand if convinced of his decision and not to be seen as considering others' opinion?
I think I've just explained this now.
Yes.
There's a need to communicate. There's a need to let people have the buy-in in whatever you are doing. There's a need to make them understand that this change is for a purpose, and these are the reasons why this change must happen and why they have to embrace it.
Okay, a question from Abdulaziz Yusuf. At the course of this lecture, you mentioned authenticity.
Yes.
Please, I need more clarity on the link between
Now, the authenticity I mentioned as part of the 6 A's has to do with a leader who is not double speaking, saying A and A is not A. A is A. As a leader, when you are authentic, people will buy into whatever you are doing because they know what to say. Your word is your, how do they normally say it? Your word is your bond if you're authentic. So if you say, oh, this is the way we want to go, this is how we want to go about it, and this, you will not deviate because your word is your bond. But if you are not authentic, you will tell them A, and tomorrow you do another thing. In Nigeria, leaders will say, tighten belt, see, population and populace, tighten belt, citizens, tighten belt. And then you see leaders buying Escalade of how many millions as official cars. Somebody will even come and tell you that a 14 million allowance or salary or whatever they collect is not enough for them. I mean, how do we reconcile that? Masses starting belts, leaders are living, so you must be authentic as a leader. In your organization, when you say A, your A should be A. People should know you that, oh, whatever I say is the right thing. Not that maybe he's deceiving us or he's just trying to, to cajole us. So I think, what's the name of the person that asked the question? That's what that authenticity is talking about. Being who you are, real, genuine.
That's absolutely.
Because I think time is up. So others
Okay.
who responded via our channel.
Okay.
Thank you.
With the permission of my chair.
All right.
May I proceed? My chair.
Yes, you have
Okay.
it's your time.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Adebayo.
Thank you very much, Mr. David.
Attached to this, your MBA, I really wish to add a DBA to it. Because truly, I enjoyed this your lecture to the point that I did not want to stop. In fact, the time people had to stop us. And I'm sure if the opportunity was given to others, more questions will be coming in. So we really want to say a very big thank you to you.
Thank you very
but
much.
Like Oliver Twist, we want to say look forward to inviting you for more engagements. Thank you very, very much for sparing this very valuable time and resource with us. And at the end, we pray that your future endeavors in all other future endeavors you outshine and you go. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much.
And have a lovely day.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Otumba.
Thank
See
you,
next
Doc.
time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. So young accountants, are you saying thank you to him as well? With your reactions, please do. We're drawing this session to a close this time. But around Francis, do you want to say anything to our young accountants before we go? I don't know if there are other council members here.
Okay, thank you so much, my chair. Incidentally, I've been listed to give the vote of thanks. So I don't know if it is convenient or convenient for me to do at this point, or I should hold on until all other formalities.
No, I think we're on point. We're on the right place. Yes.
Okay, thank you so much, my chairman. So on behalf of the 60th president of the Institute of Child Accountants of Nigeria, Chief DCS Alaribe, FCA, the council, our capacity chairperson, Dr. Mrs. Njum Unenaya Uma Oyemena, FCA, board members of the Young Accountants Development Committee, YAC, and the entire ICAN faculties team, I profoundly extend our sincere appreciation to everyone who contributed one way or the other to the success of today's webinar. Also, a heartfelt thank you to our distinguished resource persons for generously sharing their knowledge and expertise with us. We deeply appreciate the time and effort you invested in preparing and delivering such insightful contents. I say a big thank you to Dr. Sheriff Adeyemi Sonny, FCA, my colleague on the Governing Council. I say thank you also to my sister, Mrs. Oyenka Amara Kate, FCA. And of course, our leadership guru, Otumba Oluwemimo Adebayo, MNIN. Thank you all so richly. To our great participants, our young accountants, your active engagements make this event truly impactful. Your questions, your contributions, and your enthusiasm have enriched our discussions today. I will commend your dedication to continuous learning and professional growth. So as we conclude, let's take the valuable insights we have gained today and apply them in our careers. Dear young accountants, we look forward to welcoming you to future ICAN events. Thank you so much, and God bless.
Thank you. Thank you. That's
Okay.
Vice Chairperson Rotarian Francis Okoro,
Thank you so
the
much.
Vice Chairperson of the Committee of Young Accountants. So we are all doing it together to make sure that our young accountants are fine.
Yes.
Young accountants, I know you're all inspired, and we look forward to being with you again this time next month. So watch out for us and let your friends know that we're here for you.
Yes.
You can reach us, you can reach out to us anytime you want us. So I want to remind you that everyone who has come here, who is a member of the Institute, has earned 2 MPD credit hours.
Thank you
So
so
that is
much,
what the
Chairman.
Institute is doing for you as a young accountant. So,
Yes.
and then we know that you give back to the Institute someday, sometime, professionally. You represent the Institute well wherever you are.
Yes.
You will also get a certificate of attendance shortly. So thank you, and God bless you. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, my chairman. Thank you. God bless.
So, national anthem and ICAN anthem.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, Lord, I can found the treasure in triumph of an array, standing stronger in her.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, man. Thank you, sir.
Thank you all, my chairman. Thank you, all board members.
Thank you.
Yak.
Thank
Thank you,
you,
ICAN.
Rotary Francis. Thank you.
Thank you, our performing chair.
Thank you for the good work. David, thank you so much, David, for good moderation. Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you,
You
Latifa.
have
And then,
a splendid day ahead.
yeah.
Thank you. Have a nice weekend.
Ọdún ẹ̀kíní náà. Ọdún